Very good morning to our esteemed judges, Miss Anika Guha, Mr. Subhashis Chakraborty, and Mr. Mayur Pandey. We request you to please turn on your camera.
Hi everyone, am I visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dear participants and
Hi.
your fellow mates, today we, Aditya and Kriti, welcome you all to the final round of the Global Case Competition, Consulting Competition, just in case, conducted by 180 Degrees Consulting DDUC, University of Delhi.
Sure. So, beginning with that, I request judges and participants to please turn on your cameras. And I hope team leaders and members from every team are present in the meeting. Everybody. Okay, so I'm Kriti, your co-host with Aditya for the day. 180 Degrees Consulting is the world's largest university-based consultancy for non-profits and social enterprises, with branches in over 35 countries and more than 10,000 selected and professionally trained consultants worldwide. These consultants work tirelessly to help organizations realize their full potential and create a conducive environment for social impact leaders.
We are proud to say that in the past 2 years, we have become one of the most talked about branches of 180 Degrees Consulting in the DU circuit. We have completed over 20 projects with five more currently in progress and have worked across multiple states in India as well as overseas with various NGOs and startups. We take pride in stating that our consulting services have impacted the lives of over a quarter million individuals around the globe.
So before we move ahead to the day, let us give you a brief about what Just in Case is. It is our flagship case competition that offers participants the chance to compete and network with like minded individuals across the globe. After rigorous and competitive preliminary and intermediate rounds, we now have the top 10 finalists of Just in Case 2025, who will be presenting their solutions before our esteemed panel. And this year, we're proud to announce that with 3,300 plus total registrations, we are the second largest competition organized by any 180 DC branch across India this time.
Now, we would like to introduce our distinguished judging panel we have with us. Miss Ankita Guha. Ankita Guha is the founder of 40 Science and a science communicator with a strong background in molecular biology. She brings a unique perspective on innovation, research, and effective communication, key pillars in any problem solving challenge. Next, we have Mr. Subhashis Chakraborty, an EDA and semiconductor specialist with and author with 21 years of experience in driving innovation and efficiency in chip design. He is a senior vice president at MSL India, and his sharp understanding of brand strategy and consumer insight, he brings a critical eye to innovation and execution. Next, we have Mr. Mayur Pandey, a software technical consultant at Intel with over 10 years of experience, specializing in compiler tool chains, HPC's applications, and with experience across venture building and startup ecosystems. His expertise in turning ideas into impactful solutions make him a valuable guide for today's case competition. We welcome and thank you all for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you.
So, welcome to the judges, first of all. And we, as a branch of 180 DC, are a part of the management department of Deen Dayal Upadhyay College, which is mainly known as PETRO. As a part of it, we hereby focus on empowering impact and building a strong foundation with our department. Before we begin the presentations today, here are some general instructions for all the teams. Please listen carefully. You strictly have 8 minutes to present your solution. You will hear a buzzer, 2 rings at the end of 7 minutes. This is your soft prompt to start wrapping up. Pratyay, could you please play the buzzer and show?
The muscle will sound something like this.
I hope that's clear to everybody. It will be at the end of sharp 7 minutes. A final call with 3 rings will be made at 8 minutes, and exceeding the time limit of 8 minutes will result in deduction of points. This will be followed by a 7-minute Q&A round. Please join the meeting according to the time slot allotted to your team. No changes will be entertained, and you will be allowed to share your screen and present your solution yourselves. I hope the instructions are clear. Does any team want me to repeat the instructions, or is everybody clear with it? I'd want team leaders from the team to just give me a confirmation with a hand raise that all of them are here. Only the team leaders. We have 7. Okay, cool. Great. So I hope the instructions are clear, and you all have to play by your time, and you all can share your screens while presenting your solutions. The teams will be leaving the meeting at the time of the other team presenting their solutions. I hope we're clear. Okay, you all can now lower your hands.
Now, without any further ado, let's give Just In Case 2025 an ecstatic start. All the best to all the teams. The team should now leave the meeting. Except
Yeah,
Team
just a minute.
Casinovas.
Just a minute. Aryan, do you have any doubt?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask whether the results will be announced today or later on.
Yes, they'll be announced.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So now all the teams can leave except the team with their slot 1,
Yeah.
case movers. Avishi Unyal, Priyal Khandelwal, and Shrey are supposed to stay in the meeting, and others are supposed to leave. Okay, I hope they are clear. Yeah. So guys, we'll be beginning the presentation at 10:45. Team Case Novas, please turn on your videos and please share your screen resolution. You all can begin at 10:45.
Good morning, everyone. So we are starting. Today, I'm excited to present our team's analysis on Intel's strategic blueprint for reclaiming AI dominance. My name is Priyal Khanelwa, and with me are my team members Avish Yunyal and Shrey, and we are the team Case Novas. Next. Intel's strong legacy in semiconductors and its world-class R&D have driven continuous development and innovation. From early GPU efforts like Larabi and to its acquisitions like Nirvana and Habana Labs. Although these ventures didn't lead to market dominance, they showcase Intel's commitment to AI hardware. Today, with its infrastructure and cash reserves, Intel is primed for a transformative move. The market is currently dominated by NVIDIA and AMD, both leaders in AI acceleration. However, it's a WHC technology. Cerebras Systems offers unmatched speed and energy efficiency for the next-gen workloads, like LLMs. Acquiring Cerebras would enable Intel to directly compete with these leaders and fast track its leadership in the 150 plus $1 billion market and AI accelerator market, positioning it for long-term growth. Next. Coming to the market overview, Intel currently holds less than 5% of the AI accelerator market, far behind NVIDIA's 80% plus and AMD's rising share with MI300. While NVIDIA leads with its CUDA software and dominant hardware, and AMD leverages chiplet innovation, Intel has struggled to deliver competitive performance despite strong R&D capacity and its $16 billion annual R&D spend. Past efforts from Larrabee and Nirvana to Gaudi 2 have lacked commercial success and ecosystem traction. A quick SWOT analysis that we did for Intel. Intel's strengths include world-class fabrication through IDM 2.0, deep cache reserves, and robust R&D infrastructure. But its weaknesses are poor execution in AI chips, fragmented product strategy, and weak developer adoption. There's major opportunity in emerging workloads like LLM and fine-tuning, where Cerebras's wafer-scale architecture excels. But threat persists from NVIDIA's expanding AI software and software moat and AMD's cloud partnerships. Clearly, Intel needs a bold shift like acquiring Cerebras to bridge its performance and perception gap in the AI space. Next. So then we did a strategic analysis between the two major strategies that we have. Either it's the acquisition of Cerebras and internal R&D. Our recommendation is for Intel to acquire Cerebras system, a move we believe that offers the fastest and most effective route back to leadership in AI hardware. We compared two strategic paths from the lenses of time to market, risk level, and market differentiation, etc. And we inferred that internal development is slow and uncertain, especially considering Intel's past setbacks with Nirvana and Habana Labs. In contrast, Cerebras has already delivered. Its wafer sales chips achieve up to 20 times faster training speeds and 50 times more energy efficiency with successful deployments at Meta, Argon, and Total Energies. But we're not ignoring the risks of M&A, the merger and acquisition. To mitigate them, we recommend keeping Cerebras autonomous for the first 2 years, preserve its innovation culture. Intel can gradually integrate itself through one API and dedicated task force, similar to the Altera integration. And we can focus on scaling WSEs in high ROI sectors like cloud AI, defense, and public AI infrastructure.
Now, let's deep dive into technical aspect and talk about why Cerebrus Vapor Scale Engine is a game changer. So, unlike GPU, which are small chips linked together, WSE is a single chip, the size of an entire silicon wafer. NVIDIA's H100 has 80 billion transistors. Cerebrus WSE3 packs 4 trillion all in one wafer. That means 44 GB on chip SRM versus 80 GB off chip HBM in GPUs. 8,50,000 sparsely optimized cores communicating at light speed and 3.4 terabits per second of memory bandwidth, all with no interconnect needs. No interchip communication needs, no latency bottleneck, no off-chip delays, and no wasted energy, eliminating up to 40% of GPU power draw. Of course, there are challenges. Monolithic water design means a single defect can impact whole yield. And while NVIDIA has CUDA, Cerebras will require developers to adapt to new tools. Though this can be addressed, though through $500 million developer bounties to port PyTorch, TensorFlow, and build one API that works for familiar workflows. So the next slide we will focus to train that by these. So Hyper and AWS already AWS as well as other national labs and defense pharma companies are already using WSE to speeden up their drug discovery. Now, let's be honest, this isn't for everyone. Edge devices, mainstream enterprises, not yet. But here's the genius. We are targeting just 5% of customers who drive 80% of margins in AI hardware. These three sectors alone represent a $25 billion near-term opportunity at 60% gross margin. And that's why we are targeting high margin segment first. Cloud AI training, government HPCs, as well as pharma. And that's how, ladies and gentlemen, we turn Cerebrus into a profit engine. Next slide. We'll be talking about why combining Intel with Cerebrus WSE creates a uniquely powerful advantage. Intel has decades of expertise in three key areas: high performance CPU, fast memory system, and low latency networking. This fit perfectly with Cerebrus' unique architecture. Next slide.
Yeah, so let's just look at the challenges which we can face in the journey. So we have identified four major operational risks which will come into post-acquisition: export control, supply chain constraints, talent attrition, and customer onboarding. So our mitigation strategy includes geo-specific SKUs for compliance, IFS-aligned manufacturing, incentives to keep the new Cerebras talent, and Intel-backed WSAs offering for Tier 1. Some technical challenges. So major is architecture compatibility, as they do both work on different architectures, edge limitation, SDK gaps, debugging complexity. So to mitigate this, by mitigating this, Intel can ensure WSA adoption and breaking developer workflows while maintaining performance and maintaining the go-to-market time. So this is a realistic go-to-market plan as per us. Low risk integration of Cerebras into Intel's product. Uh, so starting with internal testing, acquiring, forming of cross-forming teams, knowledge transfer. By second year, we should be focusing on how we can create the integration with one API, SDK, and support, extend the support to multiple developers. Later on, from on third year, we can look for official launch of WSE with commercial-based solution targeting cloud AI, finance, and defense sectors. And these are the key industry prioritization which we think Intel should go for: cloud AI, enterprise LLM, financial service, fraud and ML system, public infrastructure, concerning the market opportunities, the unique differentiation point, and the ROI outlook. So the impact of this is B2B focused expansion into critical sectors where Intel's hardware, foundry, and security can get a strategic advantage, and we can get a stable revenue and faster ROI through earlier partnership. Thank you. We are Team Case Novas.
Thank you, team. That was a great presentation. I'd like the judges to take over for a Q&A round.
So yeah, hi team. Thanks for a wonderful presentation. I have one question. So Intel on its own also has a roadmap for its GPUs that are integrated AI solutions. So do you think what is your thinking about integration of the WSC from Cerebras to that existing strategy?
So I believe we have talked about, yes, Shrey, go on.
Yeah, so of course, Intel has their own capabilities, but integrating WSC for a given the shorter period of time, 3 to 5 years, that looks feasible for them as internal R&D can take time. Also, later on going ahead, within the 5 years, they can look on to merge so WSC into Intel's hardware and Intel's core programming structure, whatever they follow, so that they can develop an in-house WSC for them. Parallelly, they can work on that to gain that or keep their like Intel's USP in that area also, combining with their IFS and SGX services.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Um, so I have a question is that Intel have potential competition with AMD and NVIDIA. So as we go with the acquisition stuff, so what should be the first competition Intel should consider after the acquisition immediately? So what is
So
yes, on that?
currently, NVIDIA operates on GPUs, but Cerebras operates on WSCs. So they don't are currently direct competitors, as both are works on different tech stack, different architecture, as they are single wafer. And while NVIDIA connects multiple wafers and then combine them to create. So WSC is basically an AI dedicated chip, whereas NVIDIA is combining GPUs to make it for practical use of AI application. So at first there won't be any direct competition from NVIDIA, but when combining with Intel, it will result in direct competition, as NVIDIA will also come up with their kind of solution and alternatives which they can offer.
Um, Actually, competition with artificial intelligence, AI stuff. So it can be CPU, it can be GPU, it can be WSC, right? So to be competitive in the market, you have to be compliant with AI. If it's a name, tag name, CPU, GPU, it's achieving of the artificial intelligence. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have one more question before we go ahead. So you might be knowing that Intel acquired Habana Lab, right, in 2019, and they came up with Gaudi 2, Gaudi 3, whatever, right? These AI processors. But uh, is that does that not point to acquisition failures in integrating those teams? Do you think this would be a challenge while acquiring Cerebral system as well? So if you can give me some mitigating points, right, how this could be addressed in this case, because last time when they tried doing multiple these acquisition, Nirvana Labs, Habana Labs, right, it ended up like giving nothing.
So last time when the mitigation strategies that we have thought of while acquisition of Cerebras are more towards keeping Cerebras autonomous in its own self, and then slowly incorporating the tech from Intel and Cerebras into itself so that we gain a
Priya, but I think that was the same strategy that was done with Havana. They were kept separate as an entity for a longer duration. So, is there anything else you can think of? Maybe.
So we can, while after acquiring Cerebrus, we can also co-innovate with other hyperscalers so that after a while when we scale, we could scale it to IFS, and also we could provide one API that would help most of the developers and integrate in such a way that it would later helps various AI labs and HPC centers. That's one favorite.
Yeah, thanks, Avisha.
Do we have any more questions, Debris? Okay. The team can leave now.
Thank you guys for your time.
Judges. We sincerely apologize for any sort of mismatch in the introduction. However, we do have the right judges with us, and we genuinely had no intention for the same. Bringing into notice, we'll have the introduction session again before the results, which would be professional and brief. And I sincerely apologize for any sort of mismatch and miscommunication throughout the introduction session. I hope that's fine. Subhashish sir, Mayur sir, and Ankita ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am, for any sort of mismatch and miscommunication. We'll definitely have the introduction session again, and we won't disappoint you.
No, no worries. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not a founder of any organization. I heard that.
Yeah. That was a quite mismatch, but we'll take care of that, and we'll have the introduction session again before the
Yeah, no
results.
worries. Let's continue.
I hope that's. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have the next team joining us in a minute. We have Mohak, Vineet, Priyal, and Veda. Mohak, Vineet, Priyal, and Veda.
Kriti, actually, Vineet could not join due to some family emergencies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Team Imperio, if you're ready, you can start presenting.
A very good morning to the esteemed panel of judges. We, members of Team Imperio, welcome you to our presentation on Intel's last bit. Through this presentation, we'll explore the stakes, evaluate key challenges, and present a roadmap that redefines what Intel last bet should be. AI is the new electricity. The statement is well quoted by Andrew Ng as AI is growing explosively all around the world, and so is the market size of semiconductor industry. With the current market size of $631 billion, the industry is expected to grow up to $1 trillion by 2030. AI chip market is projected to reach $323.14 billion, being a major contributor in the growth, with a CAGR of 33.2%. Despite such massive growth, Intel, which is one of the global leaders in the semiconductor industry, is facing difficulties. As evident from the figures, Intel's revenue, particularly in AI chips, as well as its market capitalization, are continuously falling as compared to Nvidia and AMD, which are its major competitors. Major contributions to this decline include poor integration, fragmented AI strategies, and low foundry utilizations. It faced numerous past acquisition issues such as supply chain issue, slow bureaucracy, and separation of acquisition from main business, etc. Now, let's move on and brief about Intel's overview. Intel has a strong brand value in microprocessor development and a diversified portfolio of products as compared to AMD. It has a vast CPU business where Nvidia lags. Its weaknesses include weak AI GPU ecosystem, and it is also delaying in launching AI chip nodes. Integration with Cerebra's WSC technology would prove to be a huge turning point and a perfect opportunity. It is subjected to high geopolitical risk and execution risk in multiple fronts, which are threatful for the company's growth. Let's now transition towards whether Intel should acquire or innovate.
Vedant, you're on mute.
As my teammate rightly noted, Intel is losing ground in both market share and revenue, while competitors like Nvidia, AMD race ahead in with the cutting edge AI chips. This put Intel's at a crucial point: double down on R&D or pursue a strategic acquisition. While Intel is a legacy of innovation, the current AI race demand unprecedented speed and scale. Acquiring a startup like Cerebras offer a fast track advantage, obviously, especially with their CS3 chip designed for the trillion parameter model. Internal R&D, even with the goals like 5 nodes in 4 years, would take longer and may help only Intel catch up by 2026. Cerebras, meanwhile, is already delivering now. Financially speaking, the 7 to 8 billion price tag for Cerebras is far more cost effective than investing over 30 billions in uncertain R&D. With Intel's already spending 20% of the semiconductor revenue on R&D, further increasing risk diminishing returns too. Cerebras offer a proven scalable solution which is wafer scale engine architecture. The valuation of Cerebras has been derived using our custom financial model based on the assumption detail in the annexure later. Speaking on the tech front, Cerebras delivered 10x performance than a normal GPU, not just an upgrade but a breakthrough too. It is also a strong partnership with Meta, DERPA, and as I recall, there is a 1.4 billion deal with G42 recently. Intel's in-house AI R&D lacked this level of validation till now. Now transitions to a major breakthrough: how Cerebra's architecture is can outperform the traditional GPU on the both training and inference tasks. So let's start with the performance. Please cooperate with the heavy numbers now. A single CS3 delivers 250 PFLOPS, making it nearly 8x faster to a normal GPU and 2x faster to the NVIDIA's upcoming Blackwell chip. This kind of power means one CS3 can replace many GPU servers, greatly simplifying large-scale AI. On speaking of power efficiency, when CS3 archive 2.5 PFLOPS per kilowatt. At the same time, Blackwell is at 2.52 and H100 is 0.77. Despite consuming 46 kilowatt, obviously this is a heavy consumption for a small chip, but CS3 replaces multiple GPU racks while using more power effectively. In short, we can say that Intel acquisition of Cerebras is a smart and timely move. Instead of slowly building from scratch, Intel now gains access to a proven scalable AI platform with WSE3 and CS3. Intel isn't just catching up; it's stepping into the AI future of trillion parameter per minute, where Nvidia is still lacking in the millions only.
Now I will walk you through the financial implications of a potential acquisition of Cerebras by Intel. Let's start with revenue growth. Intel's data center and AI segment generated $3.3 billion in Q3 2024. Cerebras, while still small, is gaining grip fast, with projected revenues of $272 million in 2024, largely fueled by a $1.43 billion commitment from G42. If acquired, Cerebras could add roughly $300 million in annual revenue to Intel. On the cost efficiency side, Intel is already investing heavily in new fabs, particularly its 18A and 20A processes nodes. On cost, Intel's already investing heavily in fab infrastructure, so additional capex would be incremental. And with a projected $17 million R&D budget in 2025, Intel can fast track Cerebrus roadmap and cut development costs using shared platform like OpenAPI. Looking at past deals, Habana Labs added AI acceleration but had limited impact. Cerebrus offered far more differentiation with its wafer scale architecture. Now coming to the next slide, focusing on technological integration, there are technical challenges. Architectural mismatch, software integration is another hurdle. WSC also poses thermal and power constraint. Manufacturing is a barrier too, but solution exists. To bridge architectural gaps, a co-processor or hybrid chip solution can be developed. Intel can extend its one API to include WSC specific operation for seamless software integration. Investment in liquid and immersive cooling is crucial for handling WSC thermal outputs. Collaboration with TSMC will be key until Intel can support large scale WSC fabrication in house. Coming to the next slide, focusing on organizational and operational challenges Intel may face. Operationally, Intel's structure differs from Cerebrus startup culture. Keeping Cerebrus semi-autonomous and retaining key leadership like CEO Andrew Feldman can preserve innovation. There are integration risks, but long-term synergies can be unlocked through long-term synergies can be unlocked through shared tools and streamlined operations. Supply chain and product overlap risk can be managed with dual sourcing. In summary, acquiring Cerebrus presents a strong financial opportunity for Intel with scalable revenue, manageable costs, and significant R&D alignment.
Moving on, I am going to brief about the possible geopolitical tension which Intel could face. Outsourcing production can lead to complexity in quality control, operational delays, and also loss in manufacturing control, resulting in delayed upgradation in technology and product launches, which will erode its client confidence. To erode the risk discussed, Intel can strengthen its domestic production and can also consider inviting IBM and South Korea to take over Intel's chip manufacturing. It can also collaborate with educational institutions and can collaborate with allied countries to develop a supply chain which is resilient and allow a smoother supply and movement of goods across borders.
Lastly, the team have found a scalable AI compute platform across cloud and
Mhm.
focus on English.
Mhm.
Smart cities and GM. In healthcare,
So lastly, our team has found a scalable AI compute platform across cloud, edge, and enterprise for the Intel, focusing on three major sectors: healthcare, smart cities, and green tech. With expected market growth in healthcare of 10 to 12%, for smart cities 8 to 10%, and in the green tech of 5 to 7%. To sum it up, by strategically acquiring innovations like Cerebras and aligning it with the vast infrastructure, Intel has a real shot at reclaiming its position in the AI race. The journey won't be easy, but with the right choice, Intel can move from playing catch up to the setting pace. Thank you.
That was a great presentation, Vedant, Priyan, and Moha. I hope it's good. And next up, we have a Q&A round. Please judge us, Stephen.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you for the great presentation. So I think one of you mentioned that there is an integration issue, probable integration issue. So what would be your recommendation to address that in terms of software and hardware compatibility?
Uh, for integration issue, it will be a technical issue. So to bridge that gap, they can go with a hybrid chip solution and can extend their open API to include WSC specific operation for seamless software integration.
When you say hybrid, what do you mean by hybrid?
Ma'am, actually, as of now, Intel is working on Gaudi 3. The latest, what we can say, the latest innovation of Intel is Gaudi 3. So, Intel, with the combination of the wafer scale engine, it can build a better version of and make can escalate in the AI industry.
So, Vedant, have you heard about these Falcon shows and Jaguar shows? So, that Intel, the GPU architecture, right, and the game solution that they have made their solution. So, what are your thinking about that? What should Intel do with that? Should they integrate this with the Gaudi, as you said, or should they integrate the Cerebrus solution with Falcons, sorry, Jaguar shows?
Sorry, what you stated in the last after Gaudi? It was
Gaudi
a
Jaguar shows. So, they have another AI market ready thing, right? That will be ready in 2027. So that is the roadmap for basically not exactly GPU, but it's integrated AI solution. So that's called Jaguar Shores. And do you have like information about that, knowledge about that?
Sir, what I know is Intel is working on a project of 5 nodes in 4 years. I think it's a product of that only. But what I see, the innovation of Gaudi 3 is also a somewhat failure in the market. Like it hasn't captured the market yet. But on this scale, on the same side, Nvidia with H100 and also upcoming Blackwell is a major viral thing for the Nvidia. Also, AMD is coming with new tech in the GPU. So I really think like are still unaware of the innovation of 2027. But Gaudi 3 is not something we can say which can be a hero product of Intel. So I'm really not sure about a 2027 product, but Gaudi 3 is not a hero product for the Intel as of now.
So, but you suggest that integrating the Cerebras WSC thing with Gaudi 3, right? That's what you suggest.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I was just suggesting that the architecture of the vapor scale, so it can like for it is a go-to market strategy for the Intel. It can innovate both. Like we are sorry, we are not from the tech background. What this is what we have read and from the articles and posts. So according to the from the post, we can integrate both and make a hero product for the Intel as of now.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Vedant. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Intel has done acquisition before as well. So, what do you think that the reason behind they could not capitalize AI dominance?
As of now, according to the facts and figures, till date, Intel has acquired around 108 companies, including many different companies like Mobileye, Altera, with much valuation of around 15 to 17 billion dollar. But still, despite of this much R&D contribution, around 16 to 17 billion dollar, and also acquiring Intel still lag behind. Major reason include bureaucratic slowdown. That means there are a lot of meetings which slow down the decision making process. I have read an article in which it was reference was given from the workers, from the employees of Habana Labs, that the meetings in their company when they were working in Habana Labs, it was not this much time consuming. But as soon as they combined and they collaborated with Intel, the 4 to 5 meetings have to take place to move on to a decision. So this was a major problem. Other than this was operational delays, which was hampering the smooth manufacturing of goods.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, so moving on, that was a good research, guys, and an impactful Q&A round. Now you guys are requested to please leave the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Gaudi.
Thank you.
What is the team name?
It was Team Imperial. I hope the score sheet is working fine, sir. And if there are any issues, please let us know. Okay. And just to be clear, the scores are out of 10. Okay. So now we have the next team joining in. Team Titans will join us. We have Dia, Parth, and Poojan. Dia. So we have Dia, Biswas, Poojan, and Parth Divak. Great. Hello, guys. Dia.
Hello.
Yes. Make sure you guys. Yeah. So hello, welcome team Teen Titans, and you guys can begin with your presentation at 11:20 now. Please share your screen meanwhile. Screen is visible, right? Yes, it's visible. You can do it at 11:20. You can. You can do it at full screen. Make sure the presentation is at full screen. You guys can begin.
Yes. We are Team Teen Titans from IIM Rohtak, here to present our solutions regarding Intel's problem statement.
Good morning, everyone. Our recommendation is clear and firm. Intel should acquire Cerebras Systems. Why? Because this deal is not just strategic, it's urgent and transformational. Cerebras is a breakthrough AI hardware company known for its State engine, a chip that's roughly 10x faster than conventional GPUs for deep learning. Revenue has grown from $24.6 million in 2022 to $78.7 million in 2023, a 220% year-on-year jump, and it's projected to hit $270 million in 2024. But what makes this acquisition even more compelling is its perfect strategic fit. Cerebras Deep Tech complements Intel's CPU and GPU stack and positions Intel as the only company with an end-to-end AI compute platform. Together, they can challenge NVIDIA's dominance and become the infrastructure backbone for next-gen AI.
Strategic context and competitive pressure. Intel currently lacks an AI compute race. While NVIDIA offers a full stack solution, Intel lacks in high performance AI accelerators. Cerebras solves this with its wafer scale engine, built for training trillion parameter models far beyond GPU's capability. Acquiring Cerebras gives Intel a compete over GPUs, CPUs, and now WSEs. While integrated via one API, this becomes a seamless end-to-end platform for both training and inference. This positions Intel as a scalable open source alternative to NVIDIA. It not only fills Intel product gap, but also expands its relevance in cloud, healthcare, and defense AI infrastructure, industries demanding powerful and flexible compute.
Let me now walk you through the financial case which we believe seals the deal. Our DCF analysis shows that Cerebras, though currently loss-making, is moving rapidly toward financial maturity. Free cash flow becomes strongly positive by 2026 following initial negative cash flows due to high R&D and capital expenditure. Gross margins, which were just 11.7% in 2022, have already risen to 33.5% in 2023 and are expected to reach 50% by the end of the decade, thanks to scale, fab integration with Intel, and a shift toward high-margin software revenue. More importantly, the numbers speak for themselves. The DCF results in a net present value of $3 billion and an internal rate of return of 146%, significantly above Intel's weighted average cost of capital. The value drivers are twofold. First, cost synergies, including a 20 to 30% reduction in wafer and packaging costs by using Intel's fabs. And second, revenue synergies. Intel can immediately tap into Cerebras' enterprise and defense client base and cross-sell full-stack solutions. In standalone terms, Cerebras' valuation might look high, but within Intel, this becomes a deeply accretive move.
GTM strategy, monetizing the stack. Post acquisition, Intel targets three verticals: hyperscale cloud, government HPCs, and healthcare, where Cerebras already has traction. We will bundle Cerebras WSCs with Xeon and Gaudi in long-term cloud and R&D contracts. Developer onboarding is simplified by integrating CSoft into Intel's One API SDK. Revenues come from inference-based pricing, SDK licenses, and full-stack subscription. We will engage customers through pilots, webinars, and benchmarks, and retain them through community tools and high-performance delivery. This approach turns Intel into a full-stack AI provider with scalable monetization across verticals. Synergy realization and risk-controlled integration. The acquisition unlocks $300 to $500 million in synergies across manufacturing, GTM, and software. Intel Fabs reduces chips cost, its sales network accelerates Cerebras adoption, and unified developer tools enhance usability. We will execute this over 4 phases in 36 months. Foundation, aligning leadership, securing talent, and regulatory prep. Expansion, integrate roadmaps, launch joint GTM. Optimization, co-develop product track synergies. Scale, roll out across enterprise verticals and realize full value. Risks like talent attrition, regulatory delays, and cultural clash are mitigated by retention plans, phased integration, and clear product positioning. This roadmap ensures value capture while minimizing disruption. It's not just about acquisitions, it's a disciplined plan to make it successful.
Here's the reality. We are a challenger in AI accelerators. NVIDIA rules the top right quadrant with a deep ecosystem. AMD is climbing fast. Cerebras, though small, is the one player with a true architectural leap. Porter's five forces on the right tells the same story. Substitute risk is high because CUDA lock-in limits choice. Buyer power is also high as hyperscalers want open differentiated options we don't yet supply. By acquiring Cerebras, we neutralize both threats. We own the substitute and deliver something buyers can't get elsewhere. That's why we believe Intel's window to lead AI hardware is narrow, and this move pries it open. Let me start with a quick anecdote. When Intel launched its very first Xeon processors, it leapt ahead because it made the hard choice to invest where the market was racing, not where it had already been. Today, we face an identical crossroads in AI hardware. On this slide, we have distilled every option into two simple KPIs: speed to market and strategic control. Why? Because timing and ownership will decide whether Intel is the buyer of compute capacity or the seller. If we rely solely on in-house R&D, we risk arriving after the biggest demand spike. A pure partnership moves faster but still leaves crucial decisions in someone else's hand. Acquiring Cerebras and its wafer scale system puts a ready-made solution under our roof, letting us act now, keep full control, and focus first on the three customer groups that need massive compute today.
To conclude, the long-term vision is bold yet achievable. We propose positioning Cerebras not just as a chip company, but as the open source alternative to NVIDIA's CUDA ecosystem. Intel can turn Cerebras into a developer-friendly platform, encouraging LLM innovation, enterprise AI, and modular compute architecture. To sum up, Cerebras, it's not just a chip maker, it's a strategic lever that Intel can pull to regain its AI leadership. The numbers work, the strategy align, and the timing is now. Thank you.
That was a great presentation and on time. Parth, Pujan, and Dia. Now moving over to the judges, please bring up the questions we have for a Q&A round.
Hi everyone, thanks for the presentation. So I have one question regarding this. So you think that Intel combining with Cerebras, they'll have future in this AI roadmap, right? So how do you think, like as you mentioned, that this is going Cerebras CS3 is much better in the chart that you have shown, right? So what do you think NVIDIA and AMD will do to counter this? And should Intel keep that in mind as well? Because as you said, right, the roadmap that you showed, it will still take 2-3 years of time in integration. So does Intel plan for anything coming up from NVIDIA and AMD in this regards? Is there something that they're planning?
First, we mentioned that mainly the USP which Cerebras has, that is the WSE, which is the vapor scale engine. And it is different from normal processors which are now used or which is used by NVIDIA or AMD. So I think that that wafer scale engine, the chip, uh, which is like that can handle large language models and can perform more complex AI tools in compared to what NVIDIA offers or what AMD offers.
Yes, I'm just asking if there's something that NVIDIA and AMD would to counter that, right? Because if it is, as you said, right, it's much better in training LLMs and all. So should Intel keep in mind something of that sort as well, whether NVIDIA is planning something or not?
I think so, sir. Given the past technological innovation of NVIDIA and AMD, they might counter it using the new chip. But it's now high time for Intel to catch up to them. Past we have seen that in the AI and GPU market, NVIDIA and AMD have shown rapid technological innovation, which Intel was not able to catch up, and it has resulted in a quite a market share loss for Intel, and we can see from their quarterly and annual results for the past 2 to 3 years. So now it's a high time that Intel should start considering it and acquire this, because if not now, it will be late in even this race after 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. Thanks, Puzum. That's a great answer.
WSE is a point of discussion. So how WSE is different architecture compared to CPU and GPU in few sentences? Can you describe?
Sir, I believe that the main USP that WSEs carry with them is as compared to normal GPUs, which NVIDIA and AMD both produces, the technological differentiation that Cerebras provides with its WSE is that it has a lot more transistors as compared to a normal GPU. So it can provide heavy computing power, especially for HPCs and the three industries that we provided, where chips are required of a size which can deliver on heavy computing processes and AI in order to support AI. So I believe that is what the WSE's USP is.
I have a question. Thank you for the great presentation. I think one of you mentioned about open sourcing. Why do you think open sourcing might help, and how will it help?
I think you guys mentioned about CUDA lock-in or something, right?
Yeah, they were talking about the CUDA, right? Like NVIDIA has CUDA, which is open source. So how that will help, and what are the probable stakeholders or companies that might help or that might come across in terms of?
We discussed NVIDIA's CUDA. To our knowledge, we understand that it is this framework which allows software developers to develop softwares and utilize GPUs in a parallel structure. That's what we have understood from NVIDIA's CUDA. Um, I think our main point, what we were trying to present, is how with WSEs, they will provide a higher computing capability as compared to NVIDIA's CUDA framework or other open source frameworks. So that was the point that we were trying to present.
I think what Ankita meant was mostly regarding the software stack. So, as you might be knowing, right, Intel earlier required Havana, and they were not able to integrate that software stack within their one API stack. So, what do you feel this time Intel should do differently if they are requiring services? Like, you can give me a broad answer. That's fine.
So previously, as you mentioned, Intel acquired Nirvana Systems, then Habana Labs, and then many other companies. I guess acquisition started from 1988, since Intel has acquired so many companies. But I think what differentiates Cerebras from those companies is Cerebras R&D. Like they came when they came up with this WSE and the R&D which is required for this. I guess Cerebras has a very strong background in that, which was lacking in Nirvana Systems or the previous companies which Intel acquired. And also, like Cerebras has a, if I'm not wrong, deployment in Meta also. It is already deployed at Meta, I guess. So I think this is something which differentiates Cerebras from the other companies which Intel acquired.
Thanks.
Any more questions, judges?
That's all from my side.
Okay. Team Teen Titans, you may leave. Moving on. Next, we have the. Yes, sir.
Is there any schedule for any break or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. After five presentations, we'll be having a 20 minutes break. Two more to go.
This is the fourth team. So after the fifth team, we'll have.
Yes, sir.
One more thing, I'll just request maybe just one or couple of minutes between the teams so that we can just score them. I mean, because they started, so just
We'll begin with the next presentation at 11:40. So
okay, yeah.
Yeah, in between, if we have 2 minutes break, that will be.
Yeah,
It's better to yes.
sure. And I hope the score sheet is working.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave.
Can you please give me 2 minutes? My one teammate is coming.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes. We are starting at 11:40. You may take your time.
Okay. Thank you. Can we start?
We'll start exactly at 11:40, if it's okay.
Okay.
Uh, Judges, this is Team the Couch Potatoes. We have Dev Desai, Tivon Bijo, Siddharth Mahajan, and Slok Kedar. You can start your presentation.
Good morning, judges. We are Team Potatoes. I'm Siddharth, joined by my teammates Shlok, Dev, and Tivon. Today, we present a bold view and a focused strategy to position Intel as a lead learner in the AI compute race. Imagine being in the 1 trillion race but stuck in a slow lane. That's where Intel is today. While giants like Nvidia are sprinting ahead with over 65% market share, Intel is watching from the sidelines with a mere 5%. But here's the twist. A single strategic acquisition could change Intel from underdog to AI powerhouse. The Cerebras WSC3 chip is a marvel with 4 trillion transistors and unmatched memory bandwidth. It's built for massive models like GPT and cutting edge scientific compute. The market is right. Cloud AI alone will hit $500 billion by 2030, with genomics and robotics close behind. Cerebras already generates $50 million per quarter and boasts 20% gains over Nvidia's H100. The build versus buy decision? It's crystal clear. Acquiring Cerebras is faster, less risky, and cost effective versus spending years building in-house. And when Intel's manufacturing scale meets Cerebras's innovation, the result is differentiated and full-stack AI solution that levels the field against deep-pocketed rivals. But execution is everything. Intel has stumbled before. So how do we make sure this time we don't repeat the past? Intel has acquired AI companies before and let them slip through its fingers. Nirvana was cancelled, Habana was absorbed because of one reason. Loss of autonomy killed innovation. With Cerebras now, we have a second chance. Let's start with the numbers. Cerebras is valued at 7 to 10 billion dollars with integration costs bringing the total deal to around 14 billion dollars. The plan? Move fast and smart to secure talent in the first 6 months. Build a joint roadmaps and align architecture within the first year. And by 2 years, we'll launch Intel Cerebras AI systems at scale powered by Intel Fabs. But integration must be strategic. Cerebras must retain its autonomy like Mobileye did. Mobileye thrived because Intel let it breathe. To win this war, Intel must not just acquire Cerebras, but it must amplify it. Now, to explain the broader AI landscape and competitive urgency, I'll hand it over to Shloka.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. The AI hardware war the AI hardware war isn't coming, it's here. And Intel, it's still at the starting line. Its AI product stack is underwhelming, Gaudi 2 lags, Xenon can't scale, LLMs and OpenAI traction is minimal. Meanwhile, AMD, Nvidia, Amazon, and Google are racing ahead with its next gen chips. But in the CPU saturated market, Cerebras offers something radical. The wafer scale engine, that is the WS, which has 850,000 cores in just one chip, 40 GB on chip memory, 20 petabytes per second bandwidth. It trains massive models 10 times faster than traditional GPU clusters, with less energy and zero bottlenecks. Here's the danger. If Intel waits, the CUDA lock-in will become permanent. The Gen AI infra market will exceed $300 billion by 2027, and Intel risks losing 10 to $15 billion in revenue relevance. So can Intel make the move? Absolutely, and here's how. We propose a 5 billion cash with a 2.8 bond insurance and total 7.8 upfront payment with 4.2 equity role. Also, the funded to 2 billion in reserves and 1.5 in bond issue. So what's different this time? Governance. We created joint steering competition. We created a joint steering competition with Intel Plus Servers to oversee strategy for 18 months. Think of it as a mobile app for AI. Now, here does this move from paper to performance. We launch a 24-month roadmap. In the first 6 months, we log the deal, retain the key talent, and start regulatory pre-filing. Now, as for the structure, so now Intel has to make the move. And here's how. So the structure gives Intel control without killing creativity, with something NVIDIA or AMD can't offer without conflict. And Cerebras wouldn't want to be absorbed into Google or Microsoft's Intel AI chip lab. Intel is the only buyer offering neutrality, autonomy, and scale. But the deal is only as good as its execution. To show how we convert the strategy into results, I will pass.
Chancellor, imagine if Intel could leapfrog a decade of AI innovation overnight. That's the play we are making here. We propose a majority stake acquisition of Cerebrus Systems, not to absorb them, but to elevate both companies. Cerebrus remains a semi autonomous AI division, retaining its roadmap freedom. We offer a structured $7.8 billion cash deal and a $4.2 billion equity rollover, aligned with founder incentives and long term integration value. The budget, $9.8 billion, financed via internal reserves and a modest bond issue, preserving Intel's firepower. And what does this unlock? Over 24 months, Cerebrus technology gets Intel's fab and packaging scale. We launched co-developed WSE pilots in healthcare and defense by month 12. And by month 18, full AI stack integration begins. Xeon, Gaudi, and Cerebrus aligned with under one go-to market motion. And we don't stop there. This hybrid stack unlocks market first use cases like real time AI diagnostics in hospitals powered by Cerebras deployed by Intel. With clean room IP transfers, a joint governance council, and Intel Foundry packaging, we give Cerebras the ecosystem it needs. Without the platform lock in of big tech rivals like NVIDIA, we call this the Cerebras Inside model. Plug and play AI compute for hyperscalers, enterprises, and national labs alike. Execution wise, we have de risked every phase from LOI to regulatory filings across a tight 7-month bidding roadmap. Now, with synergy value creation and prioritization across verticals, I'll pass it to Tivon to walk you through where we go first.
So I'm going to be talking about the industry prioritization. Intel's AI strategy hinges on Cerebras tech is deployed first. Our prioritization framework combines TAM, ROI, GTM speed, and synergy with Intel stack. Cloud and enterprise AI ranks first with $120 billion TAM, fastest deployment, and tightest alignment with Intel's data center and sales ecosystem. Cerebras plug and play WSE chip replaces 100 plus GPUs and is ideal for hyperscaler workloads. Healthcare and biotech leverage genomics use cases. Defense aligns with Intel's secure FABs and sovereign compute needs, but slower procurement cycles make them second wave targets. Finance and autonomous systems and retail AI have value, but limited scale or long timelines. Uh, Annexure data confirms that cloud has 35%, BFSI, which is banking finance, is 20%, and healthcare is 15% in the AI hardware demand. So now I'm going to be talking about the risks. Intel's past AI acquisitions have failed due to rigid integration. This time, risk mitigation is built into the deal from day one. Cultural clash risk is avoided by preserving Cerebras's autonomy, and tech divergence, water scale versus chiplet, is managed through phased integration across foundry and packaging. Ecosystem risk is real. CUDA dominance limits developer migration. The solution is expand one API or open vNow. Customer concentration is another flag. 80% of Cerebras's revenue came from G42. Intel counters with its 10,000 plus enterprise accounts and public sector. To conclude, I would like to say that this isn't just an acquisition, it's a strategic reset for Intel. Cerebras gives Intel a 3 to 5 year leap in AI hardware. This WSE chip delivers 24 trillion plus parameters models on a single wafer. No sharding, no sync delays. It outperforms NVIDIA's H100 in LLM training, energy usage, and TCO. Financially, Intel secures control with $3.5 billion in cash, minimizing dilution via equity rollover. Thank you.
Okay, great job, team. We request everyone in Team Couch Potatoes to please turn on your video cameras before the questionnaire round. Okay, so judges, please proceed with the questions.
So I have one question. You mentioned, right, that Intel only acquires 65-70% of Cerebras, and Intel also has its own AI roadmap, right? Like in the next couple of years, they're developing their own stuff like AI chip driver. Sure. So don't you think there'll be a competition between this Cerebras's the chip AI chip and Intel's own AI chip? Or do you think that Intel should change its roadmap?
Sir, Intel, we are not suggesting that Intel change its whole roadmap. I'm just saying we are just proposing a recommendation where we say that Intel and Cerebras integrate their roadmap, and because their compatibility is high, so we suggest that Intel and Cerebras should integrate their whole roadmap, and so because of that, there would be no competition.
Okay.
So I would like to add to that point, sir, by saying that Cerebras is a completely new technology. So I
Well, that's
believe
what I meant. Like, will it not be difficult to integrate already the AI roadmap that they have and new
it might be a difficult task, sir, but I feel that the rewards outweigh the risks. So if Intel manages to successfully integrate Cerebras technology into its portfolio, it will open a very high market, like because it's a completely different technology. It can outperform the current GPUs and minimize the wastage. So I believe the risks rewards outweigh the risks.
Thanks.
So what do you think, apart from Cerebras, the new technology that Intel is catering on? I mean, if they want to accommodate Cerebras as an acquisition, what are the things they need to consider?
Sir, are you asking how they'll configure Cerebras with
The
Intel?
existing technology, the Intel already.
Yes, sir, that's there in this slide itself. So first, we'll have to use a hub and spoke model where in frame acts has its own independence while coming under Intel. Another thing is we have to integrate it with our own Intel's own language, GPU language, which is one API. So the reason for NVIDIA's dominance right now is because of CUDA, CUDA, which is which is the language which most developers use for training these models. So if we integrate Cerebras with one API and open Vino, so that will lead to more customers, and I believe that is what we need to integrate first to combine Intel's technology with Cerebras's wafer scale chips.
Okay, have you heard of 1.8 nanometer technology that Intel currently working on this year?
Yes, sir. It's 18A. It's short for 18 angstrom. It's a chip that helps in like AI workloads, AI frontier workloads.
Right. So actually, I just continue where Mayur has started asking about how they accommodate. They already have multiple roadmap for this year and the coming year. So after the acquisition, are they going to make a new portfolio of chip in addition to their existing roadmap, or they are going to adjust with uh, already whatever they have thought of or planned for? I mean, are they going to add anything in the portfolio, or they want to adjust with the existing thing? Not getting what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir. I didn't understand the question.
I need to say that they already have 3 or 4 chip technology they are working on. So are they going to add another WSC or whatever that they have, another prepared portfolio, or they are going to make something new out of the blue? Okay, on a lighter note, why have you incorporated so much of blue in this slide?
So much of?
Blue colors we have used, right? And the slides are
Because
beautiful. The slides are very informative and very beautiful.
thank you, sir. Sir, we chose blue because of Intel. The like we associate blue with Intel. That's why.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the judges?
I have. Ankita, go ahead. Go ahead, Ankita.
Okay, thanks. I want to know, how did you calculate the fit score percentage?
The fit score percentage, it's in the annexure. I think it would be on 7.1. Dave, can you please switch?
Yeah, and can you explain like what it is and how it can help Intel in coming up with a decision?
It's 7.2. So fit score is how
7.1, I think.
Yeah, sorry, 7.1. So fit score is basically how capable the like how the industry is fit for what we are offering. What I'm saying. So the fit score was calculated on the basis of various factors such as TAM, ROI, and GTM, such as go to market. All these values were normalized on scales, and after this, we had derived the fit score.
So you had the data, and that's how you did.
We've used various resources such as McKinsey 2023 reports, Grandview Research 2024. So and Deloitte data from Deloitte. For every industry, we've used a different researcher, whoever has researched in that.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have time for another question?
Yeah. See the question.
Yeah. So, you mentioned Cerebrus Inside by Intel, right? Good name, definitely. So, will that be something like open source, or how do you think? How much time will it take to integrate the software solutions with Intel? Because you might knowing the Habana Labs also, they had their own software stack, and they struggled integrating it with the Intel's already existing one API.
Yes, sir. Definitely, it would be a problem like integrating with Intel, integrating Cerebrus with Intel. But we have built a proper structured roadmap, which, if followed, can lead to good results. Like as you can see on this slide, we have divided into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and we have also implemented and took into account the cost after phase 4.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions, judges?
That's the my side.
Okay, moving forward. Team Couch Potatoes, you can leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have the last team upcoming with us. After that, we have the EFC will be joining us soon. We have Team PFC, Shivam Junjunwala, Mayank Mundra and Srishti Arora. Mayank is here.
PFC, we will be starting at 12:05, so you can take your time.
We have Srishti, Mayank, and Shivam. You guys can take your time. Share your screen beforehand and begin at 12. And make sure your cameras are turned on throughout, both the presentation and Q&A.
Okay, sure.
Guys, I think you guys should share your screen again because it is not visible.
So, ready? We'll start the presentation.
And with this one,
Yeah.
Me as well.
Okay.
Should we start?
PFC, please.
Yeah. So good afternoon, esteemed judges. We are Team PFC represented by Mayank Mundra, Srishti Arora, and myself, myself, Shivam Chunchunwala. Today, we are addressing a pivotal question for Intel. How can it reclaim leadership in the AI chip space, a market dominated by NVIDIA and AMD, and moving faster than ever before? In the next few moments, we'll be presenting data-backed strategy on why acquiring Cerebra's systems is Intel's best move, and how this decision ties a specific high-growth industry that demands next-gen AI performance. Build versus buy. Now, Intel faces a pivotal decision: build AI chips internally or acquire Cerebrus. We recommend acquisition. Cerebrus wafer scale engine delivers up to 200x performance in large scale model training, accelerating Intel's AI roadmap by 2 to 3 years compared to internal R&D. Internal development typically exceeds up to 36 months, and recent 18A node delays highlights execution risk that Intel carries. The integration challenges like cultural alignment, tooling convergence, supply chain dependency are mitigable through joint ventures between Intel and Cerebrus, task forces, performance tied earnouts, and a unified open API layer. Precedent transactions like AMD's 35 billion Xenix acquisition, Intel's Mobily buy, shows that how strategic M&A accelerates innovation and ecosystem expansion. So in today's fast-moving AI market, buying Cerebras gives Intel the edge that the building cannot alone.
Talking about the competitive differentiation strategies, Intel can only be the only AI company with full stack integration and open source software optimized for wafer scale engine, which enables developer lock-in like CUDA. End-to-end AI systems such as building hardware, software, and services can be bundled together. Synergy with Intel's packaging by creating modular AI supernodes is an important thing too. Category defining technology, such as by WSE, runs massive models without partitioning, outperforming GPUs in bandwidth and latency. Lessons from past acquisitions include cultural integration risk and tech misalignment possibilities. For example, in the case of Nirvana, which shows delays if systems do not sync well. Track record of Intel is mixed. Successes like Mobileye exist, but also failures like McAfee. Execution speed truly matters. All-Tera delays highlight urgency in fast-moving AI market. Talking about the strategic fit heat map, the wafer scale system of Cerebras can pair perfectly with the Intel's EMIB and Foveros packaging, enabling modular AI supernodes. Cerebras is data center ready, and bundling it with Xeon or Havana creates a turnkey solution that parties strength, but scaling AI specific lobbying is a gap that Intel must fill. Intel's enterprise reach can help scale Cerebras. At the same time, Cerebras fast track Intel's AI roadmap, but aligning it with teams will require effort. The strongest synergies, as can be seen running diagonally, showing hardware, cloud delivery, and AI vision aligning deeply. Talking about our evaluations, we use the EV by revenue multiple due to the negative EBITDA of Cerebras. In the base case, we assumed 150% YOY growth, and in the optimistic case, a 200% YOY growth and a 100 million revenue addition from Meta partnership, which is assumed by us. Using the EV by revenue multiples, we arrived at four cases: conservative, median, mean, and Mobileye through three deals: Mobileye and Intel, Xilinx and AMD, and HashiCorp and IBM, to arrive at a valuation between 3 billion to 13 billion. This premium range reflects the Cerebra's unique WSE chip and AI architecture, strategic urgency for Intel to regain AI edge, and the possible competition it can face from Amazon and Google. However, it must be discounted against the negative EBITDA, integration uncertainty, capital needs, and over reliance on Meta deal, thereby coming at a justifiable premium of 40 to 70% in base case and 70 to 85% in the optimistic case.
Now let's talk about industry prioritization. Post-acquisition, Intel should laser focus on healthcare, pharmaceuticals, financial service, climate science, and energy. Healthcare and pharma is about $21.2 trillion market, with digital health hitting $660 billion in 2025. Cerebrus wafer scale engine slashes genomics, drug discovery training from weeks to hours through massive on-chip memory and parallelism. Financial services at $35.86 trillion in 2025 demands real-time fraud detection, sub-milliseconds trading algorithms. The WSE microsecond scale inference delivers at least 10x the speed of any GPU. That is perfect for edge AI in fintech. Climate science and energy. where AI energy application will grow up to $13.5 billion in 2028 and climate tech grows to $1.4 trillion in 2050. It benefits from WSE, which is up to 200 tech speed up in carbon capture modeling versus NVIDIA's H100, which is ideal for high throughput simulations, drive renewable application and optimizations. These three sectors offer rapid ROI, leverage Intel's existing relationships, and maximize the strategic value of the Cerebrus acquisition.
Upon Intel's acquisition of Cerebras, we face five critical risks, and effective risk management over here is non-negotiable. First and foremost, we identify the integration challenge. Intel's CPU-centric toolchain and Cerebra's wafer-scale architecture speak different languages. Meta's endorsement also drove up Cerebra's valuations monumentally. This demands fiscal discipline on our end. We link a significant share of the purchase consideration to performance. We will only pay for real success and progress. There is a risk of operational friction as well. Both the companies have different organizational structures and different modus operandi. A dedicated task force would be required to bridge this gap. NVIDIA still commands the lion's share of AI development, and we will offer early adopter incentives in order to accelerate our customer transition. Wafer scale architecture also magnifies supply chain vulnerabilities due to sole dependency on Taiwan. Our three-phase roadmap to mitigate, please put on the previous control. Yeah, our three-phase roadmap would be to mitigate this risk to start with a technological due diligence and legal agreements in the first 6 months. We would eventually move on to an 18-month phase of shared governance, single development toolkits, etc. The last phase would be a rollout of WSE as a service and partner with platforms such as AWS or hybrid compute platforms. Next slide. We would focus on turning this integration into an advantage. We would preserve innovation by embedding Cerebra's rapid experiment culture within Intel. Customers would get both Intel accelerators for general AI and wafer scale engines for massive models. This is something that honestly gives us unmatched flexibility. Our GTM would essentially begin post 12 months when we launch co-branded AI accelerators and secure market partnerships, which would ultimately lead us to deliver fully blended next-gen chips for the market to support all computing operations and essentially supporting WSE as a service. Finally, a structured deal offering earnouts, debt coverage, and equity plus cash packages keeps the Cerebra's leadership team fully invested in our shared success. Ultimately, we end with the thought you don't win tomorrow with tech was with yesterday. Tools, Cerebras is our Intel's edge. Thank you. I'd just like to take some time to take the judges through our appendix, if that's fine.
Sure.
So this is how we base our precedent transactions with detailed calculation with a link to our spreadsheet. Next, please. We analyzed risks on the five fronts that we mentioned in the presentation as well. There was integration, then there was operational risk, we had financial risk, market adoption, and lastly, there was compliance as well. Next. The post-merger integration, that's what we were talking about in our, okay, this is our appendix and this is the Gantt chart that was shown in our slide. Thank you.
Another great presentation, Team PFC. Moving on to the Q&A round. Judges, please put your questions forward.
Yeah, hi, a great presentation, you guys. So I have one question. You mentioned something about the hybrid AI product stack, right? So basically a dual part portfolio where I think you'll have Intel GPUs as well as Cerebrus WSE. So don't you think integrating both would be better? And if not, why do you think so? Like keeping them separate?
So our thought here was that if we integrate both of them together, it can have logistical complications for us. If we use a hybrid cloud computing platform with the help of AWS or any other cloud service providers, we'd be able to provide. And then we also have the option of providing it as a service. So any firm which is trying to deploy these services would not essentially have to make a high upfront investment.
Okay. Actually, I lost you in between. Maybe it was the case with me or everyone feels that.
I guess.
Should I repeat?
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you go to the next slide? That's fine. Yeah, that's all. That.
Okay, so sir, basically our thought here was that if we integrate both of them and we put them on a cloud computing platform like AWS, it would be better for us and also better for our customers because they would not have to make a high upfront investment because they can avail this technology as a service through cloud computing. What we basically wanted was a hybrid or a cloud-based GPU system that accelerates their processes while not making an investment in their hardware, which can be used as a software element in their systems.
Sure. Even the Cerebras would be hardware itself, right? Intel GPUs will be hardware. What do you think they're hardware?
Yes, that's why. So what we propose is when we work together, they will essentially be developing a system that can take Cerebra's hardware capabilities and integrate it with the cloud on the cloud server or the cloud platform with Intel's GPU capabilities.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the candid presentation. So what do you think that the Cerebrus architecture is different from the GPU architecture that you know AMD or NVIDIA are working on, and how this acquisition can propel Intel forward in the competition?
Sir, talking about how Intel will move forward in such a competitive market, we discussed about four strategies whereby Intel's innovative packaging, EMIB, co-EMIB, and Foveros packaging can be used to leverage a multi WSC system together. At the same time, we can do WSC plus Intel's XC GPUs along with the HMB memory that can be packaged together due to the innovative packaging that Intel offers. Apart from it, through the use, I would like to take the example of NVIDIA's CUDA. The NVIDIA's CUDA system, a similar system can be integrated into Intel so that people are logged in such a way that they are not able to leave Intel's ecosystem easily. At the same time, using hardware and software services together can be a way to differentiate it from NVIDIA and AMD.
So, Shristu, just one question quickly on that. So, you mentioned that creating something similar to CUDA locking, but uh, is that does not really go against Intel's one API? So, one API is basically open source, right? So, is it not against the strategy of open source or like of open sourcing the things?
Sir, NVIDIA's CUDA is basically a platform whereby people can work from hardware to software to services to the further processes. However, one API is a thing that Intel offers, not at a high level scale such as NVIDIA's CUDA. I would like Mayank to add on further to this point.
So, secondly, we also do not think that it goes against the does not really go against the one API thought or philosophy. Sir, one API is essentially for the advancement of technology, keeping everything open source so that developers can benefit from it. But in this case, when you are acquiring Cerebras has really unmatched IP. They have technological capabilities that have not really been matched by competitors in the market. So in effect, what we effectively want here is that the developers who can essentially access whatever we are putting on the one API do not have an unmatched or an unfair advantage. What we essentially want is our protection, our needs, and our technological protection so that we can steer through this market in this rapidly changing landscape.
So do you think Cerebras is for IP design, or you think that they have a different architecture compared to
So
processor?
in that effect, what I was essentially trying to say was that Cerebra's intellectual property, that is the architecture or the proprietary technology that they use for development of their wafer scale technology, is something that we would like to protect for ourselves. If we are acquiring the company, we would like to mitigate the risk of someone outperforming us in the market.
I mean, if you know further, you can continue.
No, so that was it.
said about wafer.
Sorry?
You said about the wafer technology, right? So that is beyond the architecture and further downscale to the packaging side of things. Yeah, I think okay. I'm satisfied with the answer that you have shared. Thank you.
DFC.
What about the,
Judges. Okay, continue.
yeah, I have one last question. What about the software integration of WAC in this? Like, what would be your proposal? How do Intel handle?
Ma'am, post acquisition, what we are suggesting is both the teams work together on a horizon of 12 to 18 months to essentially come up with an integrated platform that can be offered through cloud computing to all the customers. It can be offered through AWS. It is something that the customers can avail as a service. So essentially, what we want is an installable software for the customers, which can be used, but of course, it will take 12 to 18 months on our estimates for both the companies to collectively develop a software that can help the customers.
How did you come up with the timeline 12 to 18 months?
Ma'am, the timeline 12 to 18 months was actually based on our assumption that both the companies have developed their architectures to quite a mature level. So both these companies, when they work together, of course, there will be differences in the workflows and the work culture of both these companies. But as you're also suggesting a dedicated task force to actually bridge the gap between differences of their workforces, we assume that within 1 year, when both of them have their architecture that is ready on an offline scale or something on a hardware scale, it can be put on a cloud basis or software basis in a considerably short time frame of 1 year.
Things are changing very rapidly and dynamic. Every month or 2 months, there is acquisition taking place. Recently, they have acquired Arteries, that is an IP company. You may have heard of this. And also, down the line, there are everything is getting changed so rapidly. So, yeah, so you cannot predict that it can be a 12 or 18 months. It can be can change depending upon the lot of you know there are little lot of restrictions about the AIs and a lot of changes. So yeah.
Okay, sir. Got it.
Any more questions, judges?
Mayur, sir, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So just one question, if we have time. You mentioned on, I think the first or the second slide, difference between Mobileye and McAfee acquisition. So can you point out a few differences, like what caused Mobileye to succeed and McAfee acquisition to fail?
Yes, sir. Sir, McAfee position was such that it is a large security company. However, Intel basically works with GPUs and semiconductor industry. So collaborating such a diverse set of thing into Intel's hardware system was quite difficult. As a result, McAfee was disinvested in 2016. However, talking about Mobileye's acquisition, due to although it also faced certain difficulties due to its broad hardware range. However, the autonomous vehicle range was largely benefited due to the cutting edge tech vision that came in along with Mobileye. There was a spin-off of Mobileye in 2022 through an IPO, similarly like McAfee.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Oh. Judges, any more questions?
That's it from my side.
Okay. Okay, cool. Moving forward, the team PFC, you can leave.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, judges.
Thank you.
We have a short break, judges here. And I allow for 15 minutes. And we can join back at 12:35 for the next presentation to begin at 12:40. Does that work? Sure.
If you're interested, we
Thank
can
you.
play. If you're interested in video games, you can play that too in the meantime.
Hi, judges. Raghav this side. I'm the president of IITC DDUC, the organization responsible for organizing this competition. I'm just touching base with everyone. I hope everything is going fine.
All good. All good on my end for sure.
That's good.
Yeah, till now things are fine.
So you can enjoy the break as of now. OCs, at what time are we resuming?
At 12:35, we'll begin the meet, but the presentations will begin at 12:40.
All right.
So, ma'am, are you there? Hi.
Are you certain splashes?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm just switching on the camera.
Splashes, sir. Splashes, sir. Shall we proceed with the judges? Next, we have team 404 not formed.
Yeah. So, we'll be joining us shortly. We have a buffer of a couple of minutes, so join us. Hi, sir. So we have our judges with us, Ankita ma'am, Mayur sir, and Subhashish. So before we begin with our next presentation, I request everybody to turn on your cameras and so, first of all, before beginning, I'd really genuinely like to thank you, judges, for being patient throughout and for asking such insightful questions. I believe your expertise is truly bringing value to today. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for bringing your valuable time for us. And now let's begin with our next presentation. Our team 404 Not Found will be joining us shortly. We have Bhavya, okay, so we have Aryan, Bhavya, Dhruv, and Jay. Great. Guys, please turn on your cameras and share your screen.
Guys, please make sure that your presentation is on full screen. That's very much important.
And your cameras are on throughout. So yes, you guys can begin.
Hi, so I'll start now. Hello everyone, we are team 404 Not Found. We are here to present our solution for Intel's last bit. So let's understand the market first. AI chip market is booming and it is projected to hit 263 billion at the rate of 32% by 2032. Looking at this growth, Intel seeks to acquire Cerebrus system for its AI infrastructure and state-of-the-art technology to directly compete with NVIDIA, who is the current market leader. Understanding the strengths, we can provide integrated system which can be ideal for sparse model. We can also provide proprietary technology which is by Cerebrus. Getting into technological specs, next slide please. Let's understand how WSE is better at certain aspects of than NVIDIA. WSE are better at AI training, data processing, and power efficiency than NVIDIA. It does has its own problems like software compatibility or cost per unit, and ease of deployments are few of them. But we aspire to work together and come up with the solutions. Now, understanding the acquisition strategy, I want Bhavya to take over.
So imagine you're Intel and you need AI horsepower fast, but you don't want a panic buy. So we conduct this acquisition in three phases. In phase one, we kick the tires with a 15% stake for $675 million, enough to grab a board seat, license the wafer scale engine, and co-fund R&D without emptying the board. In phase two, we step up to 51% control. Now we obtain all the regulatory and antitrust clearances. We also streamline and integrate sales efforts, engineering, and data centers. In phase 3, we finish the job by buying the remaining 49% for 1.7 billion only if Cerebras manages to make 1 billion plus dollars of WSE sales. We also pay a $500 million bonus only if three targets are met by Cerebras. Number one, WSE sales top 3 billion in 2028. Number two of the three hyperscalers like Google, Azure, or AWS choose us for AI training. And number three, WSE integrates seamlessly under AI Intel Labs. If Cerebras plays hard to get, we have a contingency. Carve out an open source AI consortium, poach key engineers, and double down on one API. Bottom line, operational, staged, and performance driven. We only pay full price for the real results. Now let's talk money. In phase one, we take $300 million from Intel's cash reserves and 1.75 million of 90-day commercial papers and 200 million in equity treated convertible preference share. Blended cost 3.3% and zero long-term debt. In phase two, 600 million from Intel's divestitures from concerns like Mobileye, etc. 500 million term loan and 550 million of more preference shares keeps net debt by EBITDA under 2.33. In phase 3, 1 billion from Intel X Cerebra's cash flow,
a 400 million leveraged buyout with royalty, and 300 million co-invested by strategic partners, and only a 500 million standby bond at 5.5% if we trigger the bonuses. So the total cost of acquisition is less than $5 billion. Finally, here's why we are doing this. WSE sales rocket from 550 million in 2025 to about 8.2 billion by 2030, a 60% compounded annual surge. That's our fast track to reclaiming AI leadership without holding our breath. Now, I'd like to call upon Aryan to talk about the marketing strategy.
Aryan, you're on mute.
Apologies. Okay. All right. Let's talk about how Intel and Cerebra's plan to shape the AI hardware game. Post acquisition, we are not just going broad, we are going sharp and strategic. We have mapped out 6 powerful segments: hyperscalers who want scalable AI, LLM zones, LLM builders racing to train the next GPT, high compute enterprises like pharma, defense, finances, etc., system integrators who bring it all together, sovereign governments who need secure GPU-free AI, and finally developer and research communities who require access to cutting edge compute. Our message, it's simple. It's based on the 4S advantage: scalability, sovereignty, speed, and simplicity. We are not just selling WS. We are enabling AI first world without the GPU drama. But how do we win them over? It starts with awareness, bold campaigns, killer keynotes, and positioning Intel and Cerebras as a cooler, faster alternative. Then comes the consideration. We show them benchmarks, real world case studies, and hands on webinars. At the conversion stage, we roll out cloud trials, plug and play demos, tailor made pricing. And once they are in, we move to the retention phase. Think of VIP support, dev communities, co marketing, and making our customs into loyal brand evangelists. We are tracking it all: reach, downloads, conversion, NPS, and we are backing it up with smart partnerships. Hyperscalers like Oracle, IBM, Azure, system integrators like TCS, Accenture, Deloitte, and ISV and AI tooling platforms like Hugging Face, LangChain, etc. Bottom line, Intel plus Cerebras is entering. It's not just entering the AI race. We are flipping the track. And obviously, this comes with some risks and some where do we prioritize? So I would like to ask Drew to take.
All right, so coming on to the risks, there's some risks that Intel must navigate in acquiring Cerebras systems. I'll focus on some of the key ones. Technical, one of the core risks here is the architectural incompatibility between Cerebras, WSE, and Intel's traditional CPU and GPU designs. They represent an entirely different paradigm. Without careful integration, there's a real risk that Intel's existing systems and toolchains won't interface well with its technology. To bridge this gap, we propose a 500 million developer fund to port essential AI tools like PyroTorch and TensorFlow to WSE and incentivize AI labs like OpenAI to tailor their models for this platform. It's a strategic investment to accelerate adoption and reduce developer friction. There's also manufacturing node mismatch. Cerebras relies on TSMC's advanced 3nm, while Intel's 18A may lag in availability and performance. Coming on to the geopoliticals and supply chain side. On the supply chain side, there is significant exposure. 100% of the WSEs are currently manufactured in TSMC, which introduces a major geopolitical dependency, especially given tensions around Taiwan. Our mitigation plan in terms of this is that we propose a chiplet-sized WSE, essentially breaking it down into smaller, more modular disks that can be built at Intel's Ohio or Germany fabrication centers by 2027. Now, coming on to the competitors, and NVIDIA, for instance, could aggressively drop prices on its H100 or H200 chips to retain large cloud accounts like Azure or Oracle. Meanwhile, AMD could also weaponize bundling at a loss. So we recommend pre-negotiated switch discounts. Now coming on to the industry prioritization strategy. Pharma and healthcare driven by advances in drug discovery and clinical trial optimization. This is a strategic fit is clear. Intel already plays in HPHC for biomedical research, and Cerebras expands that with the ability to train biomedical models in days instead of weeks. Plus, these firms are high margin, long cycle clients, making this one of the highest ROI opportunities. Finally, enterprise AI, arguably the most scalable and immediate market. Intel already has deep enterprise relationships, and Cerebras can power vertical specific appliances for use cases like AI, co-pilots, or private modeling. Unlike hyperscaler platforms, Intel offers enterprises more control, low latency, and regulatory compliance, all without vendor lock-in. And thank you for listening to our presentation. And this is how we plan to acquire Cerebras and bring Intel back to global AI leadership.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. Moving forward to the next round, judges, you may start with questions.
So based on your study, I think first of all, thank you for presenting this. So based on your study, what do you think that could be the customer after this acquisition for Intel? Who
Okay,
could be
so
that?
we have, I'm sorry, yeah. So we have segmented our customers into six particular segments that includes hyperscalers like Azure, AWS, these sort of platforms. Then there are LLM builders like OpenAI or Claude or others. Then we have sovereign and government institutions like NASA, or maybe we have FBI. Then we also have uh, research communities like Hugging Face and Lang Face. We also have multiple OEMs such as TCS, Deloitte, Accenture, etc.
To add on to that, that's more covered in our industry prioritization itself. So, for example, in the pharma and healthcare center, Cerebras already works in cancer research. So that's some of the area that it targets. Further, in the meteorology and climate modeling section, Cerebras with its WSCs with its high computing power can be used to navigate real-time disaster mitigation and climate control. So that's another area that all of these chips can go to. I hope that answers the question somewhat.
So okay, thank you. So what? So Intel right now design their chip of their own design, right? They also had a plan to do a contract chip manufacturing for other companies. Do you think that Cerebras acquisition can help Intel to do contract manufacturing? And what are the top chip design companies do you know they can do the contract manufacturing?
I'd like to take this. Sir, to be very honest, we don't know, manufacturing, who does chip manufacturing, but Cerebras, it can help since it provides a proprietary technology.
You have mentioned the name, right? TSMC, I have heard.
Yes.
In technology also you have mentioned out there, 3 nanometer technology.
Yes, yes. So what I was trying to say is that WSC can definitely help, but definitely there will be some dealings, you can say, because it is providing a proprietary technology and it is a completely different design than what Intel is doing as well as other competitors are doing.
No, so I think he wasn't able to get the question. So in terms of what your question is, and you're basically asking if we have to diversify outside of TSMC, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So what can happen is they can collaborate with Samsung or Bosch, who are also in this AI streamline process. They're trying to build upon it. They have their own foundries, so they can collaborate with them to mitigate the risk factor of just depending on one specific company.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I had one question. So you mentioned the acquisition strategy, right? That it will be a three-phase acquisition strategy. So don't you think it will hamper the acquisition, like because there are competitors as well, like Microsoft, Google, they are also looking to acquire. So the three-phase, but how do you justify the three-phase?
So I'd like to take on this. So the whole point of doing a staged acquisition was to mitigate the risk. We only proceed to buy more if we have the market validation and if the strategy is working for us. And
But why do you think Cerebras would agree to that, right?
Because right now Intel itself is at a vulnerable position. So Intel will be able to give them a better valuation than what other companies might be able to give them. And they'll be able to provide, they'll be more open to certain restrictions that different companies might onboard on them. So there'll be more flexibility in maneuvering for Cerebras. And Intel itself is a very big brand.
And talking about the contingency plan that you mentioned, right? So why is the case that only Intel can do, right? They can poach. There are other companies as well. They can poach the engineers. So is there a reasoning behind that?
Other companies can also do that. However, if nothing falls down, it's better to have some employees rather than having none. So it's like even if you have a small number of them rather than a huge number of them, they'll still give you a huge benefit because you'll have the inner workings of how things are operated.
Okay, so one last question before probably Ankita can ask. So one more question is, Intel has its own AI chip strategy as well, right? So don't you think this would having two? So one question is, these two things you would want them to coexist, the Cerebrus chip and Intel's AI chip, or would you integrate both the things? And in case you want to keep them separate, won't it cannibalize into each other's share?
You can take this one. Yeah. So what the Intel chips are doing, they have multiple market as well. But whereas if we give Cerebras, no, if we acquire them, we'll be targeting on a very selective and certain market. So with that, they both can coexist, and definitely there may be a bit of hamper, but Intel chips, the AI chips which they have done, which can be used in Gen AI as well or for commercial use as well.
So you said differentiation based on like the productization.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the amazing presentation. So how do you think that this will help? Like how do you think that Cerebrus can be integrated into Hugging Face and LangChain? Because it's a Hugging Face, LangChain are open source tools and they host open source. And isn't it a huge way for that's intention is to like to drive exceptionally large models with large number of parameters and tokens that have been already tested. So how will Hugging Face and LangChain integrate this into their ecosystem?
What I can say is that Cerebrus does have the capability to run multiple parameters, like the heavy parameters which are required for Hugging Face. So definitely we have to take that shot, and it will definitely help them out.
I would also like to add up on this. So when we use Hugging Face, it's based on a cloud-based service. Now, when I am trying to write a prompt to some open source AI, trying to test it out, there is a very huge waiting time. That waiting time is because the current chips are the current NVIDIA chip that Hugging Face uses on their backend are not very optimized for scalability. So it will help them reach a better audience and deliver faster results.
So you guys are proposing that Hugging Face deploy these Cerebrus into their system, and that's how people like developers who are downloading the models or using the models, that's how they use it or deploy it their end. Is that what I'm understanding, or?
I believe that because none of us are really into that stream, we won't be able to really tell you a lot about how the development phase and how the integration phase will happen. That is something that we can read up more about and figure out and get back to you. Because right now we won't be able to really know how the open AI and how the open scale modeling is going to work, because that's not the stream that we have really specialized into.
This no, I understood, but the thing that I'm trying to understand is you guys are proposing this to be integrated in Hugging Face or OpenAI's platform so that developers or people can use it. Is that what you guys are proposing?
Yes.
I was saying that because of WSE's greater processing power, it will lead to better results and faster results, like my friend Jay and Aryan said. So yeah, we definitely suggest that.
Thank you.
Are we done with the questions? Any more questions?
Yeah, one more question, very quick question. So, do you have a timeline for integrating these, like with the Hugging Face and what Ankita mentioned, right? Do you have a timeline? How long does it take? Or have you done any study where similar things were integrated into another ecosystem?
Not currently, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, team. Moving on. You guys can move to movie.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Team Explorers joining us shortly. I hope everything's going well. Judges? Thank you. And we have the team joining us. We have Arnav, Bhumika, and Pranavi. Arnav, Bhumika, and Pranavi.
Shall we start?
Yeah, your third teammate isn't there, I guess.
Just me.
Pranavi. Okay.
So
We
hello,
have Team Explorers. You guys can begin. Sure.
so hello everyone. So we are Team Explorers, and we'll start with our presentation. So coming to the executive summary, so these are all the topics which we will be covering in the coming slides. So directly we'll jump on to the problem statement. So we identify some of the core challenges for Intel. So this includes lagging behind in AI compute leadership, high R&D and integration risk, unclear industry fit for WSE commercialization, fierce and fast-moving competition, and etc. So we'll be trying to solve all these problems in the coming slides. So we also did an industry overview. So we analyzed the AI chip industry. So we used Porter's five-force analysis. So we identified that the threat of new entrants is moderate, the bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of buyers, and threat of substitutes is high, whereas the competitive rivalry is very high because of n number of competitors present in this industry. Coming to the key market segments, so we identified that there are three main segments. First is the AI training chips, which is designed for training large-scale models. Second, we have AI inference chips, which is used for running trained models in production. And third, we have edge AI chips, which is basically power-efficient chips, real-time processing in devices. Then we identified some of the key demand drivers. So this includes boom in generative AI and LLMs, shift towards the inference workloads, edge AI growth, and etc. Next, we have the competitor analysis. So we analyze several companies based on their technology, market share, and strengths. Next.
So as we already discussed, that Intel is currently lagging behind in the AI chip race, especially against NVIDIA, which dominate the space with powerful GPUs and a very strong software ecosystem. So now if Intel wants to get back in the race, it has two options: invest in R&D or acquire Cerebrus system. We have evaluated both the options. While R&D offers full control and culture integration is easy, it will take at least 3 to 5 years and outcome is also uncertain. And Intel has already faced delays with its earlier AI projects. Whereas if Intel acquires Cerebrus system, which already has the technology, it will give Intel instant access to market-ready technology, proven performance, and existing clients like Meta. So considering Intel's current urgency, acquisition of Cerebrus system is the best strategy. Next slide. Okay. Now to understand why Cerebrus is a perfect fit for Intel, let us break it down into three main parts: the technology, the strategic fit, and how Intel gains a unique edge. So first, technology. In this, we'll discuss what is the WSE and why does it matters. So Cerebrus has built something very unique called the wafer scale engine, or WSE. It is world's largest AI chip and specially designed for optimizing AI and ML workloads. And if we compare it with NVIDIA's GPUs, which is H100, it has around 80 billion transistors, whereas Cerebrus WSE has 2.6 trillion transistors. That is more than 30 times and suggesting better computing power. It also has 850,000 compute cores on a single chip, while GPU needs multiple units to scale. So with WSE, one can train large AI models faster as it removes the communication delays between the chips. Next is strategic alignment with the Intel. So Cerebrus is great at innovation, but its but it's still a small company. So what it needs is the scale to manufacture and distribute its chips globally. So Intel can provide its large factories and labs and global distribute networks to support integration. So by acquiring Cerebras, Intel can get the innovative technology and Cerebras can get the scaling benefits. Lastly, competitive advantage. So right now, NVIDIA dominates the AI hardware space, but they do it through a closed ecosystem. That is, if you use NVIDIA's chip, you have to use their software only. That creates a lock-in and it's hard for customer to switch. Whereas Intel, by combining with Cerebras, can offer an open and flexible alternative. For example, a full AI compute stack with CPU, GPU, and WSC, developer-friendly ecosystem, and high-performance chip designed specifically for AI. So this gives Intel a unique position as it becomes the only company offering complete, open, and scalable AI solution.
So coming to the go-to-market strategy post-acquisition, so we identified some of the customer segments which we can target. So these include hyperscalers, enterprise AI, government, and defense. We have scientific research and healthcare. So coming to the directly to the 3 year phased out rollout plan. So in year one, we wish to integrate, establish, and set up Cerebras. So we have to merge Cerebras with Intel AI team. We have to start pilots with Meta, AWS, and Oracle, and we have to combine WSE with Intel chips. Coming to second year, so we will focus on scaling it and verticalization. So we have to target sectors like healthcare for drug discovery. We have to target sectors like defense for satellite analytics and climate modeling. So next we have to build in AI in the model solutions. For third year, we focus on global expansion. So we have to become top two AI chip maker. We have to open AI centers for excellence in India, UAE, Europe, and we have to launch Intel Cloud AI platform. Coming to the answer of matrix, so coming to product development, which basically means launching a new product in existing market. So we can co-develop inference chips optimized for LLM deployment. Then we have market penetration, which means existing product in existing markets. So we can expand body plus WSC in data centers as cloud partners. Market development means existing product in new markets. So we can target healthcare, defense, oil and gas, and scientific research. Then coming to diversification, which means new product in new market. So we can have custom AI platforms for space tech and climate modeling. Next.
Now, coming to risk assessment and mitigation for the acquisition strategy, we identified key risks of integration complexity, the cultural clash between a startup and a corporate culture, the talent attrition, that is risk of losing key Cerebrus engineers post acquisition, the capital burn, that is high upfront cost of acquisition, and the tech scalability risk, that is that there are challenges that in scaling WSE tech at Intel's production scale. Now we analyze the integration alignment plan using the McKinsey 7S framework. Now coming to why acquisition is superior, as discussed earlier, it takes less time to market. We have talent access to Cerebrus top engineers. We have a proven WSE technology, and it is a strategic fit as to what is Intel strategy. Now coming on to these were some of the suggestions that we had for risk mitigation. Now, financial feasibility and ROI. So we have made some key assumptions here. Now, in acquisition cost and for acquisition cost and capex estimate, we estimated a total upfront investment of $3.3 billion, which includes the acquisition price, the retention bonuses, scaling production capex, and integration and restructuring. Now, for acquisition, the projected ROI over 5 years, we estimated that break even will be around 4.5 years, and we will see positive profits from year 5, and we will see a 43% return on investment. Now coming to R&D cost and capex estimate, we estimated a $1.8 billion initial investment, which with and projected ROI over 5 years. We saw that the break even will be in year 6 and 7, which indicates that we missed the early AI growth window. Now the conclusion here is that that acquiring Cerebras offers Intel a higher ROI and earlier break even, and a greater strategic control of early AI market, whereas Intel R&D is cheaper but delays revenue and reduces the terminal value that we get. This was the appendix.
That was an amazing presentation. Team, moving forward, judges, please follow.
Yeah, thank you for the thorough presentation and analysis. Um, so can you go to the slide where you have made a competitive analysis, the table previous? No, no, competitive analysis among different companies. Go back. Right, right, this one. Hold on. So you mentioned about, I think this is something informative. You mentioned about the technology market share. That is something came as good for the analysis process. So now my question is that NVIDIA has a complete solution for chip manufacturing. They do not have something like point to point, so that helps them to get integrated customer. So after the Cerebras acquisition, do you think that Intel can change their strategy to give a complete solution of the chip manufacturing? I guess that I have heard that you have discussed, you talked about something regarding this, but can you please elaborate here? So in summary, I just doing a summary. So NVIDIA has a complete solution. They do not, the customer do not need to go multiple customers, the chip manufacturer. They can just take all the tools from the NVIDIA and they can build their chip. They can manufacture their chip. But Intel does not have this kind of things. So do you think that after Cerebras acquisition, the customer can completely rely on Intel and they do not go for any third party?
Yes, sir. So as we already mentioned that Intel already has the market share since it was the first producer of CPUs and even GPU technology. So it is currently lagging behind in AI chip development. So if it acquires Cerebra's system, it can take it forward and it can use it all, as it already have the market share. So it can easily by acquiring Cerebra system, it can produce those chips and can further do R&D in AI products and can use this advantage to yeah.
So which one they, I think AMD also has their own CPUs and GPUs. NVIDIA also has. So do you think any particular um, goal for Intel to emulate?
So as what we researched, so this WSE technology is basically for AI, is useful for AI inferences, which is using data and making prediction based on that. And as we can see, the current trends are also going around that. So Intel can use this advantage by acquiring Cerebra system and can use its products to research further on that area.
Yeah, so I have a question. It's mainly regarding the 3-year plan that you mentioned, right, of acquiring and then integrating. So what are the challenges that you think, like, I think one of would be that Cerebras is a kind of startup, you can say. So how do you retain the talent post the merger? What other Yeah, yeah. So what I'm saying is, in this 3-year phase rollout plan, right? So you'll integrate basically Cerebras with Intel. So what are the challenges that you uh, look to, like, and how do you mitigate them? Like, can you?
Basically, in first year, our only focus will be on establishing and integrating Cerebras into the Intel system. So what we have to do is we have to consolidate chip design and AI compiled stacks, and we have to launch pilot programs with selected hyperscalers so that we can integrate Cerebras into Intel properly. So our first year will be focused on.
Yeah. So my question basically here is because there were earlier integrations as well, right? Nirvana, Havana, Mobileye, a lot of companies Intel acquired, but not all of these get successfully integrated. So what lessons could be taken from there, which you would apply? And that's what I'm rather than.
So you're not audible properly.
Uh, am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there were earlier acquisition done by Intel of Nirvana Labs, Havana Labs, right, Mobileye, etc. So not all acquisitions they went out well. Like Habana, they went for AI Gaudi chip, but it did not succeed. So, what do you think Intel should do differently here when integrating Cerebras?
So, like basically there are several risks involved in the integration as well. So, based on that, we provided the risk mitigation strategies, whereas we can have acquisition integration office. So, we will set up our different AIO to serve as a nerve center for integration, where we can track their progress, like on like regularly we can track the progress. We can have a modular integration strategy as well. So, like instead of full absorption, we can consider modular integration where we can have some features of Cerebras and some features of Intel which we think is suitable for us, and based on that we can integrate. So whatever problems that arise, so that is why we kept the first year fully for this, like for establishing and integrating, so that there's a smooth integration of both the platforms, so that that's how we can move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Issues?
Maybe I have just one question. It was a great presentation. I actually can't think of anything, but I didn't see any companies that you guys are proposing that Intel should target, or if it is there, I didn't see.
Ma'am, in the go-to-market strategy itself, we had some customer like segmentation and targeting. So basically, these are the industries which we plan to target. Also, in the 3-year plan, we suggested that in second year, we target specific industries like healthcare, defense, and climate and energy. So that is what we suggest.
And any reason like why the phase out rollout that you have, like for 1 year, for the first year you have probably you are targeting one industry. For the second year, is there any reason like why you are thinking in that direction?
So basically, like I said, that the first year is simply kept for establishment and integration. In second year, we are planning to scale it up in terms of spreading it to different industries to have some market share. So we thought of healthcare, defense, and climate and energy because these are the most prominent industries which we can target. And in that also, like in healthcare, we have drug discovery, we can have protein folding. In defense, we have target recognition. In climate and energy, we have AI weather prediction. So these are some things which are actually happening right now and very prominent industries which we can target. So that's why we thought of these industries. And in second year, because I believe that we need 1 year to establish and integrate this platform properly into Intel and to actually work it out so that we don't experience any further problems in future years. And in third year, we thought of global expansion. So in second year, just expanding into different industries, and third year, we went into global expansion.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, I have one more question, and before that, let me appreciate you guys for such a detailed slide deck, and it's very technical to be honest. So, based on that, yeah, I have one question. So, you have mentioned right, you plan to integrate the Gaudi they already have with the Cerebras's WSC systems, right? So, don't you think it will be like these these things will be counterintuitive because this is a different AI chip. God is based on something. Else it is, I think, based on ASICs technology. So, uh, do you think there could be issues in doing that? So what is the reasoning behind keeping Gaudi AI? Because it will be like two AI chips, right? Don't you think they should only focus on a single chip?
Yes, sir, but we believe like based on the like we have some sort of limited knowledge about this industry and technology at this moment. So what we thought is that yes, we have two AI chips, but instead of just keeping one, I think we can keep both because both of them have different properties, and maybe we can integrate them and have some newer properties, like something new to the market we can bring. Because currently, what we have, what we are trying to acquire, it is something already in the market with different competitors. So we believe that after acquiring Cerebrus, using their technology plus our infrastructure, we can develop something new based on this. So that is what we proposed.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, I guess we're done with the Q&A round.
Thank you.
Yes. You can leave, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Team Explorers Navy. We now next up we have Team Consultants. Weber and yeah, Vaibhav, Soptik, and Rohini.
Yes, ma'am.
Rohini isn't in the meeting. Okay, so we have Team Consultants, Rohini Saha, Soptik Das Gupta, and Vaibhav Singh. You guys can share the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you need a minute, guys, judges? Shall we take a couple of minutes or shall we start?
Yeah. Just
Okay, so we'll begin in a couple of minutes. You guys can take your time.
okay, ma'am. Sure.
You guys can share your screen meanwhile and we'll start at sharp 125.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. You guys can begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are team consultants, and I am Rohini Shah here with my teammates Shobtik Dasgupta and Vaibhav Sen, and we are from Jadavpur University, Department of Economics. And today we are going to solve Intel's biggest dilemma: how to regain AI dominance. Next slide. Okay, so the semiconductor market is exploding, expected to hit $1 trillion by 2030 with AI chips at the core, but Intel is trailing behind giants like NVIDIA and AMD. NVIDIA dominates with a $34.5 billion AI revenue, while Intel is far behind it at just $500 million. Meanwhile, AMD is scaling fast with innovations in GPU. These competitors are not just ahead, they are actually setting the pace. Intel, once which was a CPU powerhouse, missed the key trends from mobile chips in 2010s and to AI acceleration now. Their slow node transitions and weak GPU performance have costed them both their momentum and market share. However, Intel still has a strength in global chip footprint and strong enterprise clients and deep pockets. What it needs now is a bold action. Next slide. So we suggest enter Cerebrus, which is a game-changing AI startup known for its wafer-scale engines, the world's largest AI chips. Acquiring Cerebrus gives Intel an instant leap in high-performance deep learning hardware. Yes, the acquisition is expensive. It requires roughly around $17.8 billion in total, but the upside is huge. Revenue projections from sectors like healthcare, aerospace, supercomputing totals over $10 billion per year. Even a partial success gives us a positive ROI by 2036. If we hit the golden X scenario, then Intel breaks even by 2031 and dominates the AI hardware race. We have carefully factored in bidding risk, cultural fit, and integration cost. This isn't just bold, it's a calculated move.
Now, in this particular slide, we have focused on the analysis and the whole integration planning to evaluate this particular acquisition. And for that, we have used some frameworks. And after analyzing all the segments of the frameworks, we can safely conclude that with the help of with Intel's help, because they have the expertise in procurement, inventory management, and production, say both Cerebrus as well as Intel can be beneficial from this particular partnership. Moreover, right now after this whole acquisition, they should try to focus on campaigning to the hyperscalers and niche enterprises. The strengths are huge because WSC technique is much powerful than what NVIDIA has today in the market, but with it comes a lot of anticipated risk, like the TSMC's node leadership. Then we also have the NVIDIA CUDA lock-in, and moreover, right now we all have geopolitical tensions rising across the globe, and also another risk is the talent retention in this Silicon Valley. Okay, now with the help of McKinsey 7S framework, we have broken down the whole thing into 7 points, and we should focus on and with the help of this particular framework, we will let's understand which segment we should focus on. First and foremost, Intel need to retain Cerebrus as a semi-autonomous unit under its AI division. Second of all, Intel's need to foster a dual engine culture in order to balance both the synergies of both the companies. They should focus on offers and incentives to retain their talent pool. And the last but not the least, Intel should also focus on prioritizing the ideas and innovations of Cerebrus systems more than the short-term benefits of the investors. Now, if we talk about how we are going to integrate this technology in Intel code, okay, first we need to understand the difference between a WSC and a GPU. WSC is something which is ideal for a massively parallel memory-bound task, whereas GPU is for general purpose AI and HPC workloads. Okay, now how we can integrate this technology in Intel code? There are two ways. First and foremost, we can go with the accelerator model, where the WSC will act as a coprocessor for Intel CPU, and it will help in interpreting large language models, sparse linear algebra, and legacy code at a much faster and cost-efficient way. Secondly, we can go with the heterogeneous computing strategy, where we will use the Intel CPUs like Intel Xeon and Intel GPUs like Intel Ponte Vecchio and WSC in a unified system with the help of one API for mixed workload. This will actually eradicate all the kind of multi-GPU complexities that NVIDIA has and will help in simplifying and scalability. Of course, with this strategies, there comes certain risk in like architectural mismatch, cost and power and software stack, but we have already talked how we can prioritize, how we can mitigate these risks in the previous slide. So right now where they should focus on three avenues: large language model, scientific simulation, and sparse workload. Now, particular acquisition will not only benefit the developers ecosystem, but it will also help the customer segment too. Now, the developer ecosystem, the challenges like the complexity, multi GPU complexity and fragmentation will be eradicated with the help of this particular technology. And if we consider the customer segment will get the benefits of AI and hyperscalers at a much cost efficient way, because this particular technology will reduce the cost and carbon footprint, because they don't need much power, or they don't even need that much of complexities while working. Okay, and this will actually give rise to high margin contracts also from the pharma industry as well as the automobile industry.
Now let's look at how Intel could tackle the pain points already highlighted by my peers. Firstly, they could set up US or EU fabs, reducing geopolitical risks. Then they could build open source WSE tools and have a pay per use or a leasing model. Now let's dive deeper in this leasing model. Let's assume three subscription plans: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 1 is $500 per hour, Tier 2 is 10K per month, and Tier 3 is custom contracts from Priority X. This model allows Intel to be cheaper, flexible, and perform faster. For example, if a pharma client like Pfizer needed a GPU for like 6 months for a 6 month project, tying up with NVIDIA would cost them $3.2 million. But with Intel, they could be done in $1.5 million only. Next slide. Now, let's focus on the key challenges Intel might face. For integration, manufacturing, and tech challenges, we have already taken a surplus budget in our cost of acquisition. And for geopolitical risk, a diversification in US and EU fabs could neutralize the risk.
So how do we make this work? We propose a three-phase expansion plan. Phase 1, integrate WACs with Intel CPUs and deploy in DOE supercomputers, partner with Meta to boost credibility in the LLM training. Phase 2, launch cloud WACs on AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, bundle with Intel Xeon for enterprise clients like SAP and Salesforce. Phase 3, capture 50% of Fortune 500 AI's contract, cut WAC's production cost by 40% using AI Intel's node, reaching 10 million units per year. By 2030, Intel powers 40% of the world's supercomputers, becomes a viable GPU alternative, and reclaims leadership in the AI computing. To conclude, acquiring Cerebrus isn't just a purchase, it is Intel's comeback story. Thank you.
Great presentation. Moving on to the follow-up questions.
Yeah, I have one question. So I think in the acquisition slide, right, they have mentioned about manufacturing setup, and I think it mentions $5 billion for manufacturing setup. So this is specific to the Cerebrus chips you are mentioning that within the Intel fabs?
Not only this particular 4 billion is the base valuation. Okay, now we have actually considered the bidding war premium and the Meta partnership.
I'm only talking about the fifth manufacturing setup, $5 billion.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, so that is for setting up a separate unit for the WAC in the Intel fab?
Yes, sir. Actually, okay, sir.
So if in case you want to set up, so what would it not be better for Intel to continue to manufacture the chips from TSMC itself? Right now, the chip production happens in TSMC, right, for Cerebrus. So instead of setting up a 5 billion manufacturing setup, and then there will be a cost associated with producing the chip. So why do you think it's a better solution to set up a plant here rather than offloading it to TSMC?
Sir, absolutely, sir. So, sir, we have actually inculcate this particular cost because of the rising geopolitical tensions. Okay, yeah, TSMC is a very reliable partner as of now. But what if what if a global war actually pushes something, and it can actually uh, adversely affect the whole production system. So yeah, right now, if we can see, this is an inflated cost. This particular cost is quite inflated because right now we are focusing on the TSMC's foundries, right? But later, in the later years, while expansion, we can if we have taken the cost in the previous previous segment only, we can actually use this particular budget to expand our production in Intel facilities. Uh, uh, Intel is even opening facilities across Ohio and Arizona, right? So we can actually take it from TSMC to these particular facilities in the later stages too.
Okay. Thanks.
So, how do you think geopolitical tension is now hampering the business, Intel business, and especially for these acquisitions?
Okay, Voiva, would you like to take this question? Okay. So if we take the current scenario, there is actually we are actually in the midst of a trade war right now. USA is imposing large amount of tariffs, which will actually increase the cost of this particular semiconductors in the market. And if if the cost of particular semiconductor increases, then how are we going to properly reach out to the hyperscalers and AI labs, as I mentioned in the former stages? And if we cannot actually, and the customers of these enterprises, if they cannot enjoy the benefits at a lower amount, then how it is going to work, right? Because we need the revenue, and that is the reason why this particular tariff war. We don't know what the US government is very uncertain at this moment. We don't know what will be their next steps, right? So I think this tariff war is going to be a primary reason which will actually give an adverse effect to the whole global value chain of the semiconductor industry.
Okay. Thanks for the answer. And so now I just want to say that in Asia and Intel is headquartered in US, right? So there are foundries in Asia itself, you know, right? TSMC is there. Imagine why. So
Yes.
it's difficult and challenging for Intel to either fabricate their own chip in their for their own design, or they combine with the existing foundry in Asia. They can do during this geopolitical tension and all these things. Can you give some more understanding in
Yes,
this
sir.
context?
Sir, actually, we can deal with this particular scenario in two ways. Of course, currently the facilities that Intel is making in Ohio and Arizona, they will have the IDM 2.0 technology embedded in them. Okay, so with this help, they can actually uh, they can actually make the fundamental wafer scaling technique in that lab, and also they can design it. But if you ask me about the South Asian nations, okay, but again,
Arizona is basically the TSMC one.
no, sir, I don't think the TSMC one. It is the IDM 2.0 wala.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, yeah. So if we talk about the South Asian nations, okay, the South Asian nations are facing high amount of tariffs from the US government, right? So yeah, it is a good for now. We cannot really completely be independent from TSMC's uh, facilities, so we have to focus on that partnership too. But rapidly, with the growth of the facilities, with the growth of their in-house technologies, we should focus on uh, which Intel should focus on making the semiconductor in USA only, because as I said, currently the geopolitical tensions
They
between
have that local advantage, right? They can fabricate that chip and they can also market the chip.
Exactly, sir. They have the inbound logistics and outbound logistic capability within their own control.
Thank you.
Any more questions to this?
Yes, great presentation, guys. I have just a few questions from the risk assessment and mitigation part of your slide. Uh, Related to technological obsolescence, why do you think that allocating 20% of R&D budget to next-gen AI architecture will be helpful for Intel?
Okay. So, ma'am, actually the problem with this particular acquisition is the integration complexities, right? Now the budget should have been around 10 to 15% for this R&D, but we have taken it on an upper scale, that is 20%, because because this particular integration complexities can be handled by those people who have the first-hand knowledge of this technology, right? For that we have to retain the talent pool for them, and that is the reason, although this 20% budget is allocated for R&D, this particular allocation will be also channelized to various retention benefits, so that they can and cross teams training, so that both the so that the engineers and innovators of both the companies can come in together and form a proper operational synergy among them. And I think, and even if we need in the future, even if we need to increase this budget, we can actually increase. We have incorporated that in our acquisition strategy, in the cultural misfit area. We can increase it. We have taken it in such a way.
When you say taken it in such a way, what does it mean?
Okay, so let me go back to the. Yes, ma'am. This particular cultural integration part. Okay, cultural integration, we have actually, it should have been around 500 to 700 million dollars, but we have taken it to $1 billion, because in any case, if you see that that we face any kind of complexities in the long run, and we need to increase the budget for any other sectors, like as I mentioned, R&D, we can actually take it from this particular budget.
Okay. And what about the CHIPS Act? I saw that you mentioned in the risk and mitigation, the CHIPS Act. Like, are you guys proposing that Intel should take the funding based on that? And how sure are you that they will be securing it? Isn't it like a too high risk to be dependent on?
Yes, ma'am. It is an extremely high risk, but Intel have already been late in this whole market, and Intel has already lost a huge amount of market share. Okay, and the only way to beat Nvidia and AMD in their own game is to go for this technology. Yes, it is a very high risk, but let me tell you, the WSE3 technology, with the help of WSE3 technology, the Cerebrum system, after partnering with Qualcomm, has already made a CS3 technology, which is a proper embedded version. Okay, so they have already they have that particular ready-made technology, which we can use in integrating integrating the whole chipset, integrating this whole thing in a proper chipset, and that is the reason we are pretty sure that if they go and on this particular acquisition strategy, they will be successful. But yeah, the anticipated risk will be there, and it's pretty high. But in order to go against Goliaths like Nvidia and AMD, Intel has to take this step. It has to be a bold move for Intel.
Yeah, so Intel does not depend only on the CHIPS Act. They have their own revenue, they have their own plan, and CHIPS Act, I think, is most probably will be obsoleted by the new government, right? And so they have their plan to do, as you mentioned about, right, for the embedded business, and also for the artificial intelligence chips they are preparing. So they have a complete roadmap, and so only thing is that they should not be slow about reacting to the market, and they should be prompt, and at the same time they need to be aligned with the customers, and that is exactly, I think, the Intel new CEO is doing right now. And so yeah, so I think 2025 they are they have a plan for 2025, solid 2025 plan, and they have 18A plan as well. I'm sure that if 18A plan is become successful, and also they have this Cerebrus acquisition that you are doing the study.
Yes, sir.
So I think if these two things become successful, then I think overall Intel can have a good push to move
Yes, sir.
forward.
Absolutely, sir.
Uh, uh, any more questions? Okay, I believe we're moving forward. Team consultants, you may leave.
Okay, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Judges, once you're ready, we'll start the next presentation.
With a couple of minutes, guys, we will begin at 1:50. So take your time and share your screen before that.
So the screen should be a full screen, and your camera should be on throughout your presentation and during the Q&A round. In the meantime, just you can have a hydration break. Stay hydrated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we ready, judges? So, Anna.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. If all the judges are ready, team, you can start.
Intel is running out of time. The question isn't whether Intel should innovate, it's how far and how fast we should go to reclaim our position in AI leadership. While the world accelerates towards trillion parameter models and Gen AI breakthroughs, Intel is still playing catch up in the AI hardware race. But we are not here to talk about the incremental fixes. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Consultants from National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi, and we are here to deliver a decisive future-proof strategy that is not just a pivot, but Intel's comeback moment. A what-if analysis made the trade-offs clear. If we don't acquire Cerebras, we retain control, but risk irrelevance in the high-performance AI sector. If we do acquire it, we accelerate innovation, differentiate from NVIDIA, and gain first-mover advantage in the next-gen workloads. So our decision was clear, that is to acquire Cerebras system, creators of the revolutionary Whopper scale engine, while maintaining limited GPU R&D support to support platform interoperability. And this isn't just a bold move. It's a necessary one because the AI market won't wait. So where exactly do WSE and GPUs shine? First, WSEs are perfect for large language models like GPTs and genomics, workloads that are massive, memory hungry, and benefit from keeping everything on one single chip. Think of them as a supercomputer on a chip, zero delays, faster training, cooler operation. GPUs, meanwhile, are the Swiss Army knife of AI. They're amazing for computer vision, NLP, and edge AI, great performance at scale, widely available in the cloud, and easy to deploy. Thus, incorporating both together combines the power of Whopper scale's engine with Intel's own GPU evolution to reclaim leadership in the AI market. But now comes the real challenge. How do you fit WSE into Intel's world? WSE uses a custom software stack known as Cerebras Software Development Kit, not one API which is used by Intel. So developers can't just switch overnight, but there is a way to make it seamless. First, launching toolkits for popular platforms like PyTorch and TensorFlow. Second, hosting hackathons and day plans to build early traction. And most importantly, integrating WSE into Intel's one API ecosystem. One API ecosystem, basically imagine a world where developers can train on WSE, test on GPU, and deploy on CPU, all through one unified system. From an enterprise lens, it's even more powerful because companies get transitional guides. Cloud-based WSE as a service eliminates complex setup, and dual-path AI Kit provides choice without compromise. This isn't just an acquisition, it's a complete upgrade to Intel's AI future.
So what really sets Intel apart after acquiring Celebras is that we are not just adding another chip. We are creating a complete integrated AI stack that no other competitors offer. First, we have full control across CPU, GPU, and WSE, which means we can optimize everything from performance to power efficiency all under one roof. And because we own US-based fabs, we are uniquely positioned to serve industries that care about security and sovereignty. But the real unlock is on the developer side. We are building toolkits that help from move from CUDA and ROCm directly into Intel stack with support for open standards and real incentives to switch. So it's not just easier to build, it's faster to scale. Beyond that, our stack covers everything from secure on-premises deployments to scalable cloud solution, and we are backing with that with unified orchestration software. Finally, we are pulling in the whole ecosystem from hyperscaler to research labs to build real momentum around Intel's platform. Intel's leadership in AI won't be one in the lab, it will be one in the execution. With the Cerebras acquisition, Intel faces a complex integration journey, technically, culturally, and geopolitically, from managing massive wafer scale chips and aligning development ecosystem to reconciling speed with structure. The execution challenge is multidimensional, but it's also a moment of strategic leverage. A cloud-first deployment combined with a unified innovation lab and a modular architecture allows integration friction. At the same time, early collaboration with academic and defense partners ensure trusted adoption in mission critical sectors. We have also recognized the external shocks that could derail momentum, supply chain risks, Taiwan dependency, and shifting export regulation, all demanding active mitigation. Success here is measurable. Ecosystem traction, cross-sell momentum, talent retention, and commercial proof points. Backed by a phased rollout from 2025 to 27, this strategy positions Intel to not just compete but to lead in scalable, secure, next generation AI compute. This strategy ensures it leads, not follows.
Now, we are not just trying to serve everyone at once. We are laser focused on 3 high value, high trust sectors where Intel already has credibility, where AI needs are both urgent and complex. First, healthcare, a leading sector in the $400 billion AI opportunity. Healthcare is burdened by sensitive data, legacy systems, and strict compliance, making AI adoption uniquely challenging. That's where Intel stands out. Our secure WSE based systems support on premise private AI, ideal for genomic analysis, diagnostic, and predictive care, with healthcare leading in AI budget growth and showing a strong willingness to pay for trusted infrastructure. This is a commercially attractive and strategically aligned market. Second, defense and aerospace. Here, AI isn't optional, it's strategic. From real-time threat detection to autonomous operation in classified environments, performance and sovereignty are non-negotiable. Intel's US-based fabs, confidential computing capabilities, and deep-rooted government partnerships gives us a unique edge. This sector's performance for trusted domestic vendors and reliance on long-term government contracts make it a commercially stable and high barrier to entry space. Third, financial services, where the demands are speed, reliability, and airtight data control are high. Our hybrid WSE GPU architecture delivers just that, enabling fraud detection, Gen AI, risk modeling, and real-time analytics at enterprise scale. With high AI adoption rates, fast ROI cycles, and premium spending on performance-driven solutions, financial services represent one of the most commercially rewarding and scalable sectors of Intel's AI expansion. With our build buy partner strategy, we are not just acquiring Cerebras, we are positioning Intel to lead the future of AI compute. AI adoption isn't one size fits all. Industry vary in their maturity, but the need for scalable, secure, and high-performance compute is universal. Intel's unified stack, CPU, GPU, and now WSE delivers just that, adapting to diverse sector needs. At the edge, we enable real-time diagnostics. In the cloud, we support large-scale element training. For enterprise, we offer on-premise regulatory compliance solutions. Our differentiators, confidential computing, modular stack integration, and global manufacturing control sets us apart. Hyperscalers need scale and speed, so we provide WSE as a service. Governments demand secure AI, which we deliver with sovereign solutions. Enterprise want flexibility, and we offer hybrid model designed for their workflow. Whether it's a hospital or a defense agency, Intel is the foundational layer for AI-driven adoption, deepening ecosystem lock-in and reclaiming leadership in the AI era. Intel is no longer just a semiconductor giant. Post-acquisition, it evolves into an AI compute backbone trusted by sectors that demand performance, security, and scalability. This isn't a tech upgrade, it's a strategic repositioning, cementing Intel's leadership in the future of AI. Before concluding, I would quickly like to take the judges through the appendix for some additional context and supporting information. Firstly, we have included quick reference for the abbreviation and brief case study highlighting the Intel's previous focus area, especially in AI hardware through acquisition like Habana Labs and Nirvana Systems. This gives a backdrop of Intel's strategic decision leading up to the proposed Cerebras acquisition.
Financially, the roadmap is solid. We project an initial investment of $5 to $6.5 billion, with revenues reaching $7.5 billion annually by 2030. Break-even is expected by 2028, and ROI crosses 1.5 to 2x soon after.
Appendix C summarizes Intel's differentiation in AI, such as end-to-end development flexibility, stronger developer tools, and supply chain control, all of which strengthen the case for acquiring Cerebras. And lastly, here are sources, including IDC, Gartner, PwC, Cerebras site, and Intel showroom, ensuring that our analysis is grounded in credible and recent data. Thank you. Thank you.
Great presentation, team. Now, following up with some questions, moving over to judges.
Yeah, hi. So one question, I think, can you go to the first or the second slide? I'm not sure why have you mentioned that AMD is not in CPU and right? I think it is mentioned somewhere that maybe the second slide. Just 1 second. Second, third. I think the fourth slide. Yeah, here as well, right? NVIDIA and AMD position you have mentioned only GPU centric, even on the bottom right. So if you have mentioned AMD is only GPU. So AMD has a most of the revenue still comes from CPU servers. So that I find is a little incorrect here, but that's fine. My question would be what are the mitigation strategies you will take up when you are integrating Cerebras to Intel? Because there have been earlier mergers which were not very successful. So what different do you think Intel should do this time around so that it's not a failure again?
So, sir, basically, if talking about the risk mitigation. If Intel fails to execute the WSE focus strategy properly, firstly, talking about the main risk that is from the point of Intel, the existing software and developer ecosystem, it is difficult to integrate it. Second, adoption will stall, which can cause delay in revenue. And also, since we have approached it as WSE as a service as well, so making it scalable effectively on the cloud is another risk that we will be facing. To mitigate it properly, we can planning to build a modular ecosystem which maintains limited GPU support to ensure backward compatibility. That means even if the WSE focused design fallbacks, we still have CPU for interference and existing GPU support via one API. So this will help keep the customers engaged even if the WSE support adoption does not passes through or it slows down. Second, we are also planning to do pilot programs with university and strategic enterprise clients to fine tune the WSE performance and forming cloud partnership to enable hybrid or third party WSE deployment. We also have this recommendation that Intel should develop early access toolkits and invest in an innovation lab to support developer onboarding and ecosystem. So together, these are our mitigation strategies for this association.
Thank you. Great answer.
So today's world is LLM and Gen AI. So how do you think that Intel can add value to this world and also keep in loop for this Cerebras acquisition in this context?
Sir, for Gen AI is it uses LLM, it uses large language modeling, and for that we feel that WSC is the perfect equipment that is needed, that is required to crack generative AI. Right. So how we will use Cerebrats is because WSC is comparatively very faster. It has ultra low latency. It has super high parallelism. So all of this, which are the core requirements of Gen AI, because it requires us to make large generative images and AI one-on-one interaction. So I think for something like which is as big as Gen AI, WSC becomes even more prominent and even more relevant because that is what WSC is about, to support the large language models to make the things which are too big and which are beyond the capabilities of GPU more feasible and possible. So we believe that acquiring Cerebras and thus using WSC would be a great fit to crack the Gen AI in future.
Thank you.
Good presentation. I really liked how you have thought about the risk mitigation measures, especially the modular. How did you come up with this idea that modular stack architecture will be helpful in case of mitigating the risk? What was the thought?
Behind risk mitigations, we basically did some research and we came up with some points that can make that a better, like we can have an innovation lab and modular stack architectures so that let customer picks what the parts they need. It's like I got this idea from the Lego. We how the Lego blocks you can create anything uh, from what the blocks are. It's like about creativity, how you can use it, and not just getting the model. Yeah, you have the reference, but yeah.
Also,
Actually, you really like that idea.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
So now just adding to that, that Intel already has this one unified API. So we thought since everything GPU and CPU are already unified into that, why not just try to integrate WSC into that so that even if we fall back, we still have CPU and GPU with us. So that was also relating with that. That was the whole plan.
Yeah, that's very unique. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Do we have more questions? Any more questions?
None from my side.
Okay. So moving on, you guys can leave the session. Next up,
So much.
thank you team, thank you judges. Next up, we are moving to the last presentation of the day, Team Batman, joining us shortly, and this would be the last presentation of the day. Snigdha Dev, and we have Ankur from Team Batman. We are taking a couple of minutes. Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Ankur hasn't joined yet. Okay, please, sir. So, do we need a couple of minutes, judges? Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we'll begin at 2:10, guys. Okay. And meanwhile, you can take your time and present your screens before 2:10 and begin at sharp. Okay.
Shall I start? Uh, Good afternoon, judges. Today, our team presents Intel's last bit, a critical decision that could determine Intel's relevance in the AI revolution. The global AI chip market stands at a pivotal moment, and Intel faces perhaps its most consequential decision since adopting the x86 architecture. Our team, myself, Srigadev, and Ankur, will critically analyze the two options at hand to determine what can be best bet for Intel. The AI chip market is experiencing an explosive growth from $235 billion today to a projected $600 billion by 2030, growing at nearly 17% CAGR. But while this market expands, Intel's position is eroding rapidly. Look at the market share breakdown. Nvidia dominates 45.5%, AMD commands 32.7%, while Intel around 20% and falling. These are from some of the optimistic estimates. Together, our competitors control over 80% of the vital market. More concerning is the breakdown by category. AI accelerators, GPUs, and specialized ASICs represent the largest and fastest growing segment. This is precisely where Intel is lagging. The window to establish meaningful presence in the market is rapidly closing as AI infrastructure being deployed today will determine what happens tomorrow. Intel's current AI portfolio reveals a company in crisis. Intel's Gaudi AI chips have significantly underperformed, failing to meet even 500 million sales target, which comprised of less than 1% of the total market share. More alarming is Intel discrete GPU performance. According to John Perry research, Intel's market share has collapsed to almost zero. Nvidia has 88% of the market and AMD the rest. Intel's only bright spot is in client computing, where it has achieved 40% of the market share in AI PC processor. The data is clearly suggestive of Intel's current strategy being lagging behind. Uh, Intel stand at a crossroad. We have two paths forward: continue with the expenditure in internal R&D or make a bold acquisition. Intel's history of acquisition in the AI domain has not been up to the mark. Nirvana System costing $350 million and subsequently buying out Havana Labs at $2 billion has under-delivered against the expectations. However, Intel has also spent significant amount in R&D which didn't give Intel the outcome it expected. The acquisition route, specifically targeting Cerebrus systems, offers Intel an opportunity to leapfrog into AI hardware leadership, bypassing the uncertainties and the time constraints of internal R&D. Cerebrus isn't just another AI company, it brings with it its patented wafer scale technology also. Looking at this graph, the R&D investments of Intel has in the last 10 years has been significant. While the total R&D reached $16.5 billion last year, only a fraction focused on AI accelerators. Meanwhile, Nvidia invested nearly $13 billion, almost all of them focused on AI. The development timeline is equally concerning. AI chips require 2 to 3 years design cycles, followed by ecosystem development and market acceptance. Our benchmarking suggests that to catch up through internal R&D, it will require another round of maybe $1 to $2 billion annually for at least the next 5 years. Acquisition of Cerebrus offers faster time to market and significantly higher probability of success in this winner takes most market. Having established the urgent market opportunity in Intel's current position, I'll now turn to Ankur for analyzing the specific recommendations. Ankur, mic is off.
Sorry. So we try to analyze the acquisition strategy using four main metrics, and acquisition turns out to be the better one in across all the matrices. The first one is uh, time to market differentials. So acquiring Cerebras would enable Intel to ship cutting-edge AI chips in just 1-2 years by integrating their existing WSE3 technologies, while developing a comparable chip in-house would take at least 5 to 6 years. The second is capital cost and risk differential. Cerebras's valuation of approximately 10 to 12 billion plus and integration costs will be significantly lower than that spent by Intel in R&D for the next 5 to 6 years. Also, there will be high technical risk associated with designing a new wafer scale chip from scratch. The third is talent differential. Cerebras already has a deep bench of talents, including ex-Google, AMD, Intel engineers with years of experience in WSE design. However, if we try to make a team internally, it will at least take us 12 to 18 months to get a team of such qualifications. The fourth metric is software ecosystem readiness. Cerebras is already software ecosystem ready. It supports PyTorch, TensorFlow, etc. While an internal R&D would require us to develop supporting software and software development kits. Now we try to compare the technicalities of the WSE3 of Cerebras and the leading GPU by NVIDIA, that is H100. The wafer scale engine technology represents a massive performance leap beyond anything currently available. The WSE3 contains approximately 4 trillion processors, uh, transistors, and 850,000 cores in a single 46,000 square millimeter chip with 40 GB of uh, chip memory. This delivers roughly 125 petaflops for AI training, whereas H100 has only 80 billion transistors with around 17,000 cores and a small chip size, delivering only 4 petaflops for AI training. Cerebras also has lower latency and high energy efficiency. The best fit workloads for WSE3 are LLMs and high performance computing because it excels in training and inference of massive LLMs. And regarding ecosystem compatibility of WSE3, it also provides support for popular ML from frameworks like PyTorch and TensorFlow, and it provides its own software development kits, allowing low programming. Next, we move to a three-phase integration plan. The first phase being immediately aligning WSC technology with Intel's ecosystem, adapting the hardware to our fabrication systems, and adding WSC support to our software frameworks. Then we launch pilot projects with key partners using existing CS3 systems. The phase two involves ramping up manufacturing using Intel's fabrications, forge partnerships with software vendors and system integrators, and provide comprehensive developer support. The final phase is expanding into additional markets with tailored offerings and continued R&D to maintain our market lead. This roadmap allows us to capture early value while building momentum towards broad market leadership. Now we turn to the future potential. We target the highest value sector first, and healthcare and life sciences represents a $120 billion market by 2030, which is growing at a 42% CAGR. We assign this sector high priority due to urgent needs and high margin projects. And the next sector is enterprise AI and data centers, which will reach a valuation of market valuation of 53 billion by 2030, growing at astonishing 35% CAGR. WSEs can accelerate large-scale analytics and AI services with 80,000 atom simulations that traditional systems struggle with. This sector aligns perfectly with Intel's core markets and it's also high priority. The next is defense and security. It is projected to reach $13 billion by 2030, and we assign this medium priority based on strategic importance and government funding possibilities. Focusing on these sectors leverages Intel's existing sales channels and maximizes market impact. And Intel's choice is clear. Acquiring Cerebras represents Intel's last bid to reclaim the AI future. Thank you. We'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, team. That was an amazing presentation. Moving on, judges.
Great presentation, great technical depth in the slides. Just one question that I have. You mentioned, I think, in the second or the third slide that Intel has acquired a lot of early startups, right? Nirvana and all Havana, etc. But in the integration strategy, what are the learnings you will take from these earlier acquisitions that is not there? So can you just mention it?
I'll say one of the more successful acquisitions of Intel was Mobileye, rather than what we mentioned, the Nirvana systems and the Havana. So the problem that I studied during our research was Intel tried to do both the things at once. So they acquired Nirvana systems before even deploying the chips in the market. They straight up acquired Havana systems for the same purpose, which was spreading too thin. So if Intel focuses on one thing particularly and don't give up on that, because all these organizations, that is NVIDIA, they are working on their especially hardware and even the software CUDA for a long time. And even Intel started working on Laravel during the 2009 and 10, but they gave up on that after the CEO Pat moved out of the company. So Intel's goal should be to stick with what they're trying to do, and in this case, that will be the main focus of the integration phase of trying to get the company into Intel's ecosystem and sticking with it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. So regarding that Altera acquisition by Intel, and then the latest, they have diversified from Altera. So this is a case study as well. So do you think similar things can happen if this acquisition?
I mean, definitely this can happen because Altera was one of their largest acquisition, and recently there was a news of diversification from there. I also hearing about they did not diversify, so I am not sure about what is actually going on with Altera. But maybe if Intel tries to get too thin, that can be a problem. But maybe focus on a particular, because AI hasn't been the main focus of Intel over the past decades, where other organizations have caught up. So Intel is late in the party, and they're trying to play a catch-up game. So probably sticking with the idea that might play out will be a better option.
Thank you.
Any more questions to this?
So I see you have done a good research on the overview, like acquisition of Intel over a period of time and their roadmap and everything. So wanted to know from you, what do you feel? I think you have mentioned on one of the slides about Jaguar Shoal or Falcon Shoal as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is your view on whether Intel should have two AI chips or they should continue discontinue one, or should they integrate? So, because I've seen you have mentioned a lot of details, so I think you should be.
I think Jaguar Source, they discontinued. They never came to the market. Sorry.
Sure.
Falcon Source. Yeah, sorry. So Falcon Source never came to the market. They did internal work with that, and then I think recently 3 months back they discontinued. They'll never come to the market. That was the news. And even with the Jaguar Source, they are trying. They will be, I think, 27, 28. They're planning to bring that to the market.
Yeah.
27. So I think I was also looking at this is the chip hardware making, but Intel also is trying to get into the foundry. So TSMC has set up the market at Arizona, and Intel has also done the same. And Intel is probably the biggest receiver of the CHIPS Act with I think $8 billion. So Intel as a company has that edge that they are trying to do all the things, starting from R&D to the end, all by themselves, which I don't think any company does currently at that scale. So if Intel acquires Cerebras, that Cerebras is trying to, Cerebras currently outsources their manufacturing to TSMC itself. So if Intel guarantees that security, because of the political tensions, we also have to account for the political scenario, current political scenario. So if Intel gives them their bet, if you integrate ourselves, your technology will go a level notch higher, because Intel is also planning to bring 18A technology into the market. So keeping all those things in mind, I think it can be a big potential move for Intel.
So my original question, I think, yeah, you gave a great in-depth everything, but my question was whether Intel should carry on with both the things, Jaguar shows and the Cerebras as chip, or should they only laser focus on one of the two, or maybe integrate?
Okay. I think if we look at Cerebras, Cerebras is particularly good at inferencing. I was checking their token speed is currently 2000 token per second, which is much faster than GPT-4's 15 token or 100 that they achieve. So if I think currently they can try with the two things because of their disintegrated approach, because Jaguar Source will probably target a different market than what Cerebras is trying to achieve. So they can focus on both the things. One more thing, because Cerebras is a acquired company, they will have their expertise. So giving them their independence that Intel have given to Mobileye can be helpful. So trying to have an internal thing that is Jaguar Source along with what Cerebras is trying to achieve can be a good thing. So trying to focus on both of them.
Cerebras has a portfolio of different experienced people who came from the top chip design giant, right? So they can leverage their experience and move forward with Intel. Thank you.
No question from my side. Very good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Team Batman, you can leave the Gotham City or Team Fleet.
Leave the meeting.
Yeah. Moving on. Firstly, on behalf of the organizing team, I'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all our judges for taking the time to be with us today. Your insights, thoughtful questions, and constructive feedback have added immense value to the participants and the event as a whole. Your presence here not only helps guide young innovators but also inspires them to push boundaries and think bigger. Thank you once again for your expertise, encouragement, and support.
Happy New Year.
Okay. Greetings, judges. I hope I'm visible and audible to all. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm at the college right now. I have to join from here. So, judges, I hope you had a great time, judging all the presentations that were presented in front of you. We'll just soon announce the results. I hope you all were scoring in the score sheets. And if you move to the fourth tab, that is the aggregate tab, you will be able to see a rank that has been allotted to all the teams. I would just request you all to discuss amongst yourselves if that is the rank all of you agree with. And if that's the case, then we'll move ahead with the results. And obviously, we'll be awarding the top three teams.
So, congratulations
So,
on that.
yeah, I have a question. Are the teams disjoint or they have a common platform to interact with each other during or before this presentation?
No, teams are individual bodies, so they haven't interacted with each other. So I request you to score them accordingly. Then,
So the question that I had was, I think the last team, right? Even the presentation was good and everything, they went a lot over time. So it becomes difficult to, you know, club both the things, presentation skills and Q&A, because it is a single, I think, marker, right? Where we mark. So will you guys take care of that? Like the extension of the time, I should not consider that, or I should be considering that as well? Because I think, yeah, the second part of the presentation, it took some time.
since we are not too over the time limit, it's just 10 minutes. I think we can oversee and just neglect the time they took extra. You can just judge them according to their presentation and Q&A, and we'll just ignore that they exceeded the time limit.
Okay, thank you.
Any more queries from the judges?
No, I don't have any question. I'm good.
All right. So, is the ranking the top three are they final from all the three judges? Is that everyone agrees on, or
No,
Still marking, I'm
we
still
did not get
all right?
chance to put on.
Yeah, sure, sir. You guys can take 10, 15 minutes, and whenever you're ready, just let the OC and me know, and we'll put the message, and everyone can join.
I'm done with my marking.
Okay, sir, give us a little bit more time. Ma'am and Subhash sir.
Yeah, I completed it long time.
Yeah, I completed.
Sir, would you like to further discuss with uh, other judges, or do you all want to discuss about the marking and all, or the top three?
David.
I think I'm okay with it because we didn't discuss amongst each other when we were marking, and we all have our different questions, different perspectives when we were asking questions. So I think it's best that we don't mention. Yeah.
Can be talked upon. It's not something can remember to some extent perform. So what do you think that Aditya, should we sum up the numbers or should we talk the first three and summarize?
Anything you wish, sir, anything you feel goes right.
So I think if all the three judges agree with the top three, they can just go ahead with that, and you can, if you have specific comments or feedback about those teams, you can maybe provide them. And I'm guessing that since we are in the final round, some of the teams will be specifically asking for the feedback. So if you wish, you can even provide that if they are specifically requesting for it.
I have provided feedback if you see in the comments.
Yes, I noticed. So that is the case only when if a team which is below the top three, if they ask for a feedback or what they could have improved, only then. Apart from that, I think you can just say a few lines about the top three teams, and if something you want to appreciate specifically, that is something you can do. Apart from them, I don't think it is specifically you needed that you need to discuss it with them. You can just announce the results.
Okay.
So should we ask them to join back?
Sure. And we need to talk about that first three positions individually. I have not seen that what the other judges have.
It would be the aggregate slide, I think, Subhash's last one.
Okay. Just a minute. See.
Top three are consultant is first, PFC is second, and couch potatoes is third.
Yeah. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I'm good at this.
All right, sir. OC just asked the participants to join back.
Do we have all the teams? For confirmation, team leaders may raise their hands. Only the we have 6 teams. Right.
Are all the team leaders here?
8 teams are here. 9. One team is left. We have 8 teams in the meeting. OCs, please recheck and simplify.
Even if there are members of the team,
Yeah, even the members can raise their hands.
you can raise your hands.
Okay. Like members of the teams which are not in the team leaders. Okay, we have 10 hands. Great.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to take a moment to properly reintroduce our esteemed panel of judges for those who missed. I realize I made a small mistake earlier, and they certainly deserve a proper acknowledgement for being here with us today. Firstly, Ms. Ankita Guha, currently a data analyst programmer at Frudenberg e-Power Systems and an ambassador of Google Women Tech Makers. She brings a unique perspective on innovation, research, and effective communication, being the key pillars in any problem-solving challenge.
Next up, we have Mr. Subhashish Chakraborty, sir, an EDA and semiconductor specialist. As a founder of Agile Semiconductor Drives, he drives innovation and efficiency in chip design. He, while also being an author of a book, Semiconductor for All, and along with that, his sharp understanding of brand strategy and consumer insight, he brings a critical eye to innovation and execution.
Next, we have Mr. Mayur Pandey, a software technical consultant at Intel with over 10 years of experience, specializing in compiler toolchains, HPC applications, and with experience across venture building and startup ecosystems. His expertise in turning ideas into impactful solutions makes him a valuable guide for today's case competition. And I would like our president of 180DC DDUC, Raghav Deep, to take this forward.
So thanks, Aditya. Hello, everyone. As Aditya mentioned, I am the president of 180DC DDUC, the organization responsible for organizing this whole competition. I would like to thank all the participants to be here. This year specifically, we made a lot of records with this competition. This is something that we host every year and is very, very dear to us. So we put in all our efforts and heart and soul into this particular competition. So just to share a few facts with you, we cracked up over 3,300 registrations this year, becoming the second largest competition in India organized by any 180DC branch. And this year we surpassed our last year's registrations by over 1,200. So we made a lot of new records, and we felt that the competition of this scale and of this value, it needed a case of a similar standard. That's why you were presented with, in my sense, a very, very challenging problem. And like this is the kind of level we want to set for this competition. Like if I talk about last year, we had a case from the aviation industry, so which is a very less talked about industry when it comes to such competitions. So when we try to organize this competition, we really try to bring it up the level. We try to improve the standards so that it is actually very challenging for the participants who are taking part. And out of all the 3,300 plus registrations, you guys are the top 10 teams, or in short, the top 30 people who made it here. So there goes a huge round of applause for all the participants, because being in this meet itself is a huge achievement. So a huge round of applause for everyone, because I'm really happy to see all of you here. And I know only three of the teams will take home a victory, but it is still great to see so many of you. And the absolutely banger of presentation. I was there for most of them, and I could see the confidence you guys had and the depth of analysis. I mean, it was really, really good. Also, I would like to take a moment to thank our judges, Ankita ma'am, Mayur sir, Subhasish sir. They took out their precious time for us, sitting constantly for 3-4 hours, going through such highly detailed and well-structured PPTs. I mean, I know it's a challenge because the number of submissions we got, it took us almost 2 days to pick out the top 10 ones. So it is great to have all three of you. And being a consulting organization, we generally, when we host this competition, we look for people who are in consulting or in big consulting firms. But for this particular case, which revolved around core technology in semiconductor manufacturing and the AI race, we needed absolute experts who know this industry through and through. So we specifically, when we were looking for judges, we tried to bring in judges who know this industry very well, who know about these concepts, who know about if they can do a merger acquisition, who know what are the intricacies of investing in internal R&D. And I think we struck a gold mine with these three. And especially love Mayur sir's small notes that he was putting in the score sheets. I mean, that was very nice to see. So a huge shout out to all the three judges. We are very honored and we are very happy to have you with us today. And I'll just pass this on to you guys to just give a small feedback to the participants and announce the results of the top three.
We request the judges to give a feedback and a keynote to the participants.
Let me go first then. So, yeah, excellent presentations by all of the teams, and yeah, it was like uh, in depth, financially, all the details, and then to roadmaps, key insights, go to strategy. It was really, really detailed, and it was, good to look at how you guys have been working endlessly to get here. And as I think Raghu mentioned, so you guys are the top 10 teams out of all these numerous teams. So congratulations for that. And obviously, in the end, it will be like someone would be coming number one, number two, number three. But I don't think that matters because it's hardly anything, separates all of you. It's very close competition. So unfortunately, there has to be a winner, but I guess all of you are winners.
Yeah, wonderfully put by Mayur. I completely agree with him. I really enjoyed each one of yours presentation. Like I was very impressed by how you guys, being not even in the technical field, but you guys really thought about some of the points, which even made me thought about some of the things that I am doing right now with large language models and everything. So that's very commendable, and I'm very I don't know what else to say. I mean, we had our rubric ready, and we had our individual feedbacks and everything, but I think everybody did a phenomenal job in terms of explaining the things and doing all the financial breakdowns, which I have no idea about. But it was a great show. Thank you.
Thank you very much for 180-degree Consulting DDUC for bringing me here as a judge. And I'm privileged to hear each one of the consultant, the contestants, the presentations. And those presentations are splendid, I would say. And the kind of information they have integrated into the slides is basically very high standard, I would say, and it is quite comparable with the industry standard as well. The latest information, the ongoing studies, the case decks that they have used, and also most importantly, what I have seen, there are a lot of talents. Uh, they are quite prompt to answer different questions asked by the judges, and they were very impressive as well. So I think every team has impressed us in some way or not. There are different scales of measuring the marks, but those marks are just marks, not the actual credibility or the actual credential of the candidates. And here, I think that's all. I think just keep moving, and there will be a lot more like competition, and be prepared for it. And, yeah, thank you very much again for uh, bringing into this competition as judge to uh, this platform. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jarvis. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for. After some incredible presentations and thoughtful deliberation by our judges, it's time to announce the top 3 teams of the competition. Any guesses? So, it's the moment of the day, and firstly, announcing the 3rd place. Okay, we want reactions from everybody, so please turn on your cameras first of all. In the 3rd place, we members from the team, please unmute yourself. In the 3rd place, we have team The Couch Potatoes.
Thank you.
Okay. Great.
We can hear the excitement.
Yeah, we need the excitement.
Many congratulations, guys.
Congrats, guys. First
Yeah, congratulations.
Congrats.
I think you just increased the reputation of all the couch potato tribes.
Yeah. So, moving on. Aditya.
Okay, coming in second place. Any guesses, guys? It's 180's favorite team. In second place, please give it up for Team PFC.
We have Team PFC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
When I say favorite team, I just mean, in a general way. We have no relation with them.
Congratulations.
They kept calling to one of our OC members and they kept interacting throughout the time. So for that, you got the comment.
Now, the most awaited moment of the day, announcing the rank 1 of JIC 2025 hosted by 180 DC DDUC. After the Couch Potatoes and Team PFC, the rank 1 goes to Team Consultants.
We are very shocked. We were actually very upset when we heard the third and second positions, and we thought like we will think like in the second or third position. We never thought we are going to come first. And like we had a like full-fledged fight after the presentation that you didn't do this, you didn't do that properly, and like it was all worth it. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
It's part of the thing, it's part of the competition, it's part of the game, right? So, but congrats to everybody, not only to the three of you. Congratulations to everyone. Everybody who participated.
Everybody did a great job in coming to the top 10 teams of this global case competition. So everybody deserves a huge round of applause. And then, of course, the podium winners, rank 3, the Couch Potatoes, Team PFC, and Team Consultants. And a great thank you to the judges for being so fair and insightful throughout the competition.
Just to all the participants, I'd just like to say that, like mentioned before as well, when me and my team sat down to go through all the submissions, it took us 3 rounds of filtration to get to these top 10 teams. So you can imagine how good your solutions were and what kind of competitive pool you were in. So I don't want anyone to be disheartened after going home if they have not secured a top 3 position, because for us, it was really a very difficult decision to come up with these top 10. So all of you were actual winners, and you guys almost beat 99% of the competition to make it to the final round. So, and also thanks for being here, because you made this competition really great this year. It will be a memorable one. And we will definitely use the statistics of this competition to market ourselves better next year. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, judges, for the very innovative, the very good insights. Actually, your background and your insights helped us understand even better. Though we had done the case, your insights especially gave us more understanding about the case. Like, I was one of the members who were creating, like, who were making this case, and your insights that you gave during your while judging all the participants, I got to know many things which I never knew. So that's a crazy experience for me too. And thank you to all the participants.
And I sincerely address to all the teams present today. Everybody had a great solution, and it was a close call. It wasn't like there was a huge gap between the winners and it was a very close call, and I hope nobody is disheartened. We genuinely appreciate every team present here, and we sincerely extend our grateful, heartfelt wishes to everybody. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for being in the top 10 and bagging the podiums to the top 3 teams. Great work, great job. And that was us, Team 180 DC DDUs.
Thank you. I'll take up.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining. You may leave the meeting. Sure. Just check if all the participants in the taking a lock around.
Congratulations, guys. Virtual organize करा मजा आ गया.
Let's go.
Guys,